Good morning, everybody watching live on RacerH2O.com, and good morning, Waco, Texas. How are y'all doing this morning? That's right. It can only get better from here, I'm telling you. We have a great day of racing planned all day. We had a great session, couple sessions of qualifying last night. We have set the ladders, and we are going to crown champions here at the Duel on the Brazos in just a little while. But for now, it's time for opening ceremonies. So if you will, please stand and remove your hats as Brother Mike Griffith from Trinity Racing Ministries leads us in our invocation.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for a beautiful day to come out here and gather together. We thank you for that smooth water and those calm winds this morning. Lord, we thank you for the city of Waco and the Brazos Park workers that pour their efforts and energy into this to make it happen, our sponsors, our vendors. Lord, we thank you for the SDBA. Father, without all their workers, volunteers, and everything they do, we wouldn't be out of here this morning. Father, most of all, we're here because of our military. They go out there and ensure our freedom, and we get to come out here and do this. Lord, you watch over them wherever they may be. Our first responders, our rescue crews. Lord, you watch over them as they watch over us. Father, right now it's time to go drag boat racing. We have those three requests. We're looking for that loud day. We're looking for that fast day. But above all, we're looking for the safe day. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
And for the most beautiful song our country has ever known, our national anthem, the Southern Drag Boat Association's own, Miss Marcella Hodges.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Miss Marcella, and it is almost time to go drag boat racing in Waco, Texas. As personal watercraft gets pulled to the hold rope, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It's show time. So a quick announcement. Spectators, we do understand that it's going to be a little bit warm and it's going to be very important to get out of the sun, but those canopies must be behind the white line that is behind the concrete pathway along the side of the river. So please, there is a white line there in the grass. Please, canopies behind the white line. No golf carts, no bicycles, no motorized vehicles on the sidewalk. That is for pedestrian use only. So here in just a few minutes, as soon as we get all of our computer information entered, we are going personal watercraft racing in round number one. Once again, stock eliminator, you should be at the end ramp. Stock eliminator, you should be at the end ramp. Modified eliminator, be on standby. And top eliminator, be getting them warmed up. So our first pair of personal watercraft is going to be Chloe Janicek on the right-hand side, the Fun and Sun boat and tackle side of the racetrack, out in 1650. Big thanks to David Carroll Racing. And Jake Stevenson, the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, driving the Little Okie out of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Down in 13-18. Reaction time advantage going to Jake Stevenson. 1,000 foot. The win light goes to Jake Stevenson. He goes at 13:27 on that 13:18 with an 0:38 reaction time. Chloe Janicek was 150. On the 1650 goes 16:71 for the win. Jake Stevenson moving into the second round of competition. The man who has won 2 out of the 3 races we have held here in 2021. What up? So looking at the ladder, Jake Stevenson will have to run Colton Byler. Colton gets a bye run in the first round of eliminations due to there being an odd number of jet skis here in personal watercraft. So Colton gets a bye run first round, and we'll have to run Jake Stevenson in the next round of competition. And the rest of the ladder shakes down like this in round number 1. That Jody Smith and Leighton Pippinger matchup is coming up now. Jody will be the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, driving the Little Maniac out of Wiley, Texas. Thank you to Randy Ball Racing, WCR Construction, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, her mom and her papa, Maniac Mike, and the Southern Drag Boat Association. Leighton Pippinger driving the Nitro Reaper and the Fun and Sun boat and tackle, right-hand side of the racetrack out of Marble Falls, Texas. For Granddad and Granddad, WCR, David Carroll Racing, Electro Freeze of Texas, Buffalo Land Management. Leighton's dialed in at 1450. Jody dialed in 1330. So Leighton's going first. Jody will be trying to run him down. Reaction time advantage went to Jody Smith by a whole bunch. And the win light goes to Jody Smith. How about a 0:37 reaction time? And on that 13:30 goes 13:46 with a 2. Leighton was late and closer to the dial than Jody Smith was, but Jody wins it on a hole shot. So she will move on to the second round, where she will have a bye into the semifinals. The other side of the ladder, it'll be Lynn Blackburn and Henry Rogers and Jacob Nodler and Angelie Shaw. Those are the next pair of personal watercrafts to come up. As Jody Smith gets a bye run into the semifinals, where she will face the winner of Colton Byler and Jake Stevenson. Jody currently sitting number 1 in the points. Jake sitting number 2, only about 12 points behind her. So Jake has a chance to take her out and gain some points on her if he can do so. I don't know. They were both really close in reaction times. And that's where a lot of these races, especially in personal watercraft, get won, is on the starting line. Here comes Lynn Blackburn, the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, doing time 2. The name of that jet ski for Docks and Boats Rescue, Medina Lake, Bandera Family Dentistry. She's out in 10:35. She's got the fastest jet ski in personal watercraft. And Henry Rogers, Not Flat Black, the name of that jet ski. Hold my beer and watch this. A huge partner in that team, Swan Pipeline Services, Big Dog Consulting Services, and Swan Transportation. He'll be in the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle right-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at 11:20. Well, and Henry turned it red, so give the win to Lynn Blackburn. Look at the top end. Lynn was, she was a little bit late. Runs it out the back, goes 10:33 with a 4 on the 10:35 dial. Henry Rogers turned it 4:42 red. On the 11:20 goes 11:17.0. Lynn Blackburn will get the win and move on. That leaves us one pair for personal watercraft, then we'll go into stock eliminator. And here comes that final matchup. Jacob Noller will be in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the track. Long time coming. The name of the scheme, 1280 the dial for Mom and Dad, Anna and Opa, Chris Clay, Gary Payne, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols. Huge thanks to Mike Griffin, Trinity Racing Ministries, and RESP, and Rob Birkland. And Angelique Shaw, being bad. The name of her jet ski, dial 1312. She'll be in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle. Right side of the racetrack for Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Grandma Morrison, the Sherwoods, Dinah Notes, Luke's Paving. So Angelique going first by just a little bit. Reaction time advantage went to Nodler by a whole bunch. And Nodler with the win light. 13:01 with a 7 on the 12 at 80. With a 0:19 reaction time. Angelique Shaw missed it, goes 3:24. And on the 13:12, she goes 13:34 at 54 miles an hour. Jacob Nodler takes her out. So Jacob made it to the final round in San Angelo, Texas just a couple of weeks ago. Trying to go back there and go one round further than he did in San Angelo. So that'll bring up stock eliminator in the next pair, or the next class out. Colton Byler taking his bye run. For Byler Jet Skis, Edna and Todd Byler. Jet ski they call stretch. He dialed it in at 1350. He'll run it out the back door. And it goes 1357 with a 4 at 55.11 miles an hour. Colton missed a tree. He is not going to be able to do that in the next round of eliminations against Jake Stevenson, or he will get taken out at 1.107 reaction time. I don't think that's going to be good enough to take Jake out in the next round. So Colton, sometimes you need one of those lucky rounds, and it was the first round, the bye run. Never hurts to have a bye run, especially the beginning of the morning of a new day of racing. All right, so we are getting stock eliminator towed to the hold rope. We got plenty of food vendors out here today, folks. If you ever get that urge, you know, where your belly button's gnawing on your backbone and you need something to eat, Norma and Joe Donovan, this will be their final time to ever host a food truck. And they are here with us this weekend, as well as a Rowdy Texan, Fat Stacks Concessions, and Shiver Me Shaver Snow Cones. That's going to come in handy a little bit later on whenever it gets warmer out. As stock eliminator, the first pair are up on the hold rope now. It's going to be Ashley Winslet and Vanishing Breed out of Dallas, Texas. She's going to be in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack for Fast Line Fabrications.
Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, and Chantel, RESP, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Dialed in 9 flat. And Justin Vaughn will be in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle, right-hand side of the track. That boat they call, and I'm going to butcher this because I don't speak Spanish, Gallo del Cielo. It means something about a rooster. I do know that. Rooster to the sky or something like that. 1160 the hour for Justin Vaughn for RPM Motorsports. A 300 horsepower Mercury outboard boat. He'll be on the right-hand side. And Ashley on the left. And Ashley could tell that she was out in front. She goes 9:46 with a 6 on her 9 flat with an 0:57 reaction time. Justin was 1.043 on the line. He breaks it out 11:57 with a 1 on the 1160 dial at the top end of the racetrack. He knew that he was behind, had no choice but to run it out the back. Ashley Winslet, who was your number 1 qualifier for a little bit until Garrick Schneider took it over in the last session of qualifying yesterday. We have 13 stock eliminator boats on property. That means Garrick Snyder will get a bye run in the first round as your number 1 qualifier. He was 4 thousandths of a second away from a perfect run in qualifying, so he was your number 1 qualifier. And with an odd number of boats here in stock eliminator, he gets the bye run. So here comes our second pair of stock eliminator. In the Ahern Reynolds left side is Megan Warren, driving a boat they call Capital Punishment. It's another one of those outboard machines. And Blackie Bame driving Blackie's Magic in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle. Right side of the racetrack out of Rio Medina, Texas for Snyder Motorsports. Mickey and Glenda and the boys. Oscar and Jacinda Galindo. Rodney and Pam Piper. Marley Ranch. Dave and Jana Wilson. Lily Construction. Bob and Marla Winder. And above all, Blackie's beautiful wife, Linda. Blackie's down in 10:50. Megan Warren down in 9:25. So Blackie leaving first. And here comes Megan Warren doing chase. Blackie had the reaction time advantage, but no. Megan Warren 9:33 with an 8 on a 9:25 dial. She was second off the starting line. Blackie gave it back to her at the top end of the racetrack. Blackie was 279. On the 1050 goes 1088 with an 8 at only 59 miles an hour. Blackie let her have the stripe and let her get past him at the top end. The Megan Warren takes out the legendary Blackie Bame in the first round. All right, so I need modified eliminator. Modified eliminator needs you to the end ramp, please. Modified eliminator needs you to the end ramp. Top eliminator be on standby. Project, get them warmed up. Modified eliminator needs you to in-ramp, please. Top eliminator be on standby. Project, get them warmed up. So we got our next pair of stock eliminator boats pulled to the hold rope, in place and ready to go.
On manual, and then it says push auto. That is focus once, or do I need to switch it all the way down to infinity? Yeah, that's what I thought that's what I was doing. I didn't realize it was refocus. Okay, so it's down to infinity. You're not on.
So once again, we want to thank each and every one of you for coming out, spending your Sunday morning with us. It's going to be a great day of drag boat racing here in Waco, Texas. On behalf of the Southern Drag Boat Association, I am Colton Jordan, bringing you the action today. Also, a huge thank you to Racer H2O for coming and bringing us our live stream. For those of you that are sitting at home and couldn't make it, thank you for spending your time in front of your computer screen or on your telephone, tuning in to the Southern Drag Boat Association. We're going to have a blast. Here comes JT Mooney, driving the yellow jacket out of Marion, Texas for Tony Henry Racing Engine Charlie Soil Classics. He'll be on the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack down in 935. And Zachary Watson, the kid, will be coming up in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle right-hand side of the racetrack, driving Chicks Dig It. For David Carroll Racing, T-shirts and more, Alfredo's Mexican Restaurant, TNT Construction, and special thanks to Rhonda and Walter. Do it again, Dunlin. He's down 1030. One light goes to JT Mooney. He was 200 on the tree, 951 on the 935 at 80 miles an hour. Zachary Watson was 386 on the tree, and 1036 with a 5. Margin of victory at the finish line, less than a tenth of a second. So JT Mooney taking out the kid in the first round. Here comes our next pair of stock eliminator. Driving solo October is Seth Walls. He'll be down 9 flat in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack for Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, FPC Services, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, Palmetto Whiskey, William Paschul and Sons, Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, Joe Yarborough, Cookers for Christ, and his entire crew. And Cade Janicek driving all or nothing. And the Fun and Sun Bait and Tackle, right side of the racetrack, down 920. For JP&E, Kirkland Marine, DBR, RFC, David Kirkland Racing. Special thanks to Phil Kirkland. Yeah, and Seth Walls was out there in front by a whole bunch. Cade missed the tree. Seth Walls was 299. He goes 958 with a 3 and 73 miles an hour for the win. Cade Janicek, reaction time started with a 1. And that ended the day for him. He breaks it out as well, 9:16.9 at 82.54 miles an hour. The good thing is that they got the new motor figured out. So that's the good news. Bad news is he will not make it past first round of eliminations here in Waco. Next pair, J.D. Henderson and Rodney West Jr. J.D. over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, driving the boat they call driver number 4, down in 1030. Special thanks to Daniel Superior Fiberglass, Chopper Hopper Saloon. Special thanks to Kevin Helm, Josh Stark, Todd Swartz, Lori Stark, Jeff Crumley, and Pirate Mafia, and Scotty B. And Rodney West Sr. driving It's Only Money, too. Down 9:55 in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side of the racetrack. And win light to J.D. Henderson. Red light start by Rodney West Sr. He was 444 red. J.D. Henderson was 108 green. He runs it out the back, goes 10:16.2, 74.94 miles an hour. And J.D. Henderson takes out Rodney West Sr. in the first round. All right, I need top eliminator. Top eliminator, I need you to the end ramp, please. Top eliminator to the end ramp. Pro Jet, be on standby. Procom Flats, be getting them warmed up. Top eliminator, I need you to the end ramp, please. So Rodney Blackstock and Mike King will be coming up now. Rodney will be over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack. And Mike King will be over in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle right side of the track, or the near lane. Ahern Reynolds far lane. for Rodney Blackstock. Rodney driving for Al Kirshner. And a huge thank you to Al and Dottie Kirshner for letting Rodney wheel the boat they call Plum Crazy. And Mike King borrowed Miller Time, the name of the boat, out of Coweta, Oklahoma. For Tailwinds Inspection, William R. Gaddis Insurance, Brandy Sassy Style, Bent Creek Dozer Services, Spangler Weed Farm, and Window Tinting. Special thanks to his wife and the family, and very special thanks to Matt Miller and Robert Anderson. So Mike King dialed 9 flat, Rodney Blackstock dialed 930, so 0.3 of a second. Head start going to Rodney Blackstock. Mike King will leave soon thereafter and be trying to chase him down. By the time they get to the 1,000-foot finish line.
And win light goes to Rodney Blackstock. He missed the tree, but Mike King missed it even more. Rodney goes 980 on that 930 at 66.97 miles an hour with a 492 reaction time. And Mike King, 1.031. And he breaks it out at the big end of the racetrack trying to chase down Rodney Blackstock, but couldn't do it. So Rodney moving on. He will face J.D. Henderson in the next round. So our last boat to go down, I do believe, is going to be Garrick Snyder, your number 1 qualifier, taking the bye run in the first round. Ashley Winslet will have a bye run in the second round of competition, where she will face either Rodney Blackstock or J.D. Henderson in the semifinals. And it is going to be Garrick Snyder coming up, the boat they call Young Gun. He'll be in the Fun and Sun boat and tackles right side of the track. Dialed in at 10:56, driving for Jimbo Snyder. For Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Lily Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, and 212 Athletics. Special thanks to Uncle Jimbo and Aunt Sue for the motor and transmission. Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, and Guild Mortgage. Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, and RNS Construction for the number 1 qualifier, who was 0.04 of a second away from a perfect run in qualifying. So Garrett gets a bye run where he will face Megan Warren in the second round of competition. How about that reaction time from Garrick Snyder? Quadruple 0 perfect. Like 0, 0, 0, 0 perfect on the tree for Garrick Snyder. 1078 with a 3 on the 1056 dial at 73.55 miles an hour. Quadruple 0 perfect on the Christmas tree. That was impressive. That's the first time I've ever seen that in my entire life. Quadruple 0 perfect with a 6.5. Wow. Quadruple 0. I don't think anybody's going to be able to do better than that. It's definitely possible, don't get me wrong. But that's going to be tough to beat. For the best reaction time of the weekend and the $500. Thank you to Pat Kinsey Drywall for putting up that money. And Garrick Snyder for the perfect reaction time. I think that's got it. So he will face Megan Warren in the second round of competition. JT Mooney will have Seth Walls. Ashley Winslet gets a bye, and Rodney Blackstock will face J.D. Henderson in the second round of Stock Eliminator. That'll take us into modified eliminator up next. So we have to go clear a piece of debris off the racetrack or away from the racetrack. But when we do get back racing, it'll be the first cousins, first pair down the racetrack. Gavin Snyder, the boat they call 6 to Midnight, will be the Ahern Reynolds far lane. Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, 212 Athletics. Special thanks to Uncle Jimbo and Aunt Sue for allowing Gavin Snyder to race with a motor and transmission. Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy T's and R&S Construction. This is our modified eliminator, so this is 8.00 second index. And Tyler Bame will be over in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle, near lane of the racetrack. The first cousins doing battle here in round number 1 of modified eliminator. Tyler driving the Slippery Pickle out of Rio Medina, Texas as well. BBC Farm and Ranch, Long's Machine Shop, Texas Car Barn, Rio Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating. Special thanks to Stephanie, Kevin, Tin, Cheryl, Austin, Buddy, Shane, and Toho Daniel. Thanks to Mom and most of all the good Lord above. Gavin qualified number 6 at 8:27. Tyler, his two qualifying sessions. Qualified 9th with a best run of 7:98.2. So this will be interesting. They were messing with each other last night. Tyler was telling Gavin that he would buy him drinks and, they would have a good old time. And then, Gavin wouldn't be able to make first round. That obviously didn't happen. And Gavin was saying the same thing about Tyler. It's a very friendly rivalry over there in the Snyder, Bame pits. Everybody related in some way. Tyler's mom is actually Gavin's godmother. So, very tight-knit family. You definitely don't want to race family members in round number 1. You would like to save that for the finals. But just the way that the ladder fell, they do have to race each other in round number 1. So this is going to be good. This is a rematch from the Paris final round in modified, where Gavin Snyder took out his cousin Tyler. Tyler looking for some revenge here in round number 1. All right, so race course is clear. We are going yellow. 25 seconds to countdown. Time advantage went to Tyler Bame, and the win light goes to Tyler Bame on the double breakout. Tyler goes 787. Gavin went 785 for the loss. Tyler Bame gets his revenge on Gavin Snyder here in round number 1. 787 with an 8, 102 miles an hour. Neither one of them was lifting. They run it out the back. Tyler was 153 on the tree. Gavin was 185 on the tree. So Tyler had a few hundredths of a second advantage. Runs it out the back, and on the double breakout gets the better end of it. So Tyler, like I said, gets his revenge on his cousin in the first round. That's a pretty good run. Oh, I knew neither one of them were lifting, that's for sure. They were going to run that thing. I'm surprised they're not still racing down the lake, down the river. It's like I said, they're tough on each other for sure. Next pair up, Ahern Reynolds left side of the track. Driving the Crazy Crackers, Bill Miles. The 5-time KDBA champion, 4-time Lucas Oil Drag Boat Racing Series champion for Jim and Judy Miles, St. Charles Boat and Motor. Anton's Heating and Cooling. And Josh Hansen in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, right side of the racetrack, driving a boat they call Stimulus Check for Huffman Performance and B&D Waterland. Ever since his event win at the first race of the season in Bryan, Texas, Josh Hansen has struggled just a little bit with some parts failures, has missed a couple of races, but he's back. He was your number 11 qualifier, broke it out by a pretty good bit in qualifying. Got to slow that thing down. Bill Miles qualified 4th. Reaction time advantage went to Bill Miles, and the win light goes to Bill Miles. 789 won at 103.89 miles an hour. Josh Hansen goes 781. So on the double breakout, Bill Miles gets it done. He was 129 on the tree. Josh Hansen was 210. Bill Miles in the Crazy Cracker Moon on to round 2. Projet, I need you to the end ramp, please. Projet, I need you to the end ramp. Procom flats, be on standby. Top alcohol flat bottoms, get them warmed up. Projet, I need you to the end ramp, please. Jesse James Jr. coming up now on the 800 Reynolds left side of the racetrack, your number 2 qualifier with 801 with an 8. In the second session of qualifying, Jesse driving the boat they call the Outlaw out of Tyler, Texas. And 4-time Modified Eliminator World Champion, David and Kerry Muller. Lone Star Millwork, Big Mike and Ona, Just for Christmas Decor, and Eagle Motorsports. On board for Jesse James Jr., and he will be racing. Gus Hagler, driving a boat they call Amazing Grace in the Fun and Sun. Boat and Tackle, right side of the racetrack for Senseless Racing, Hoss Props, and special thanks to Tim Bostic. If you need to know the story of Grace, please go by Gus Hagler's pit. They would be more than happy to tell you the story. And the win light going to Jesse James, 823 with a 5 at 95.11 miles an hour on a hole shot. Gus Hagler was 758. So missed the tree and goes 804 with a 6 at 95 miles an hour. It's a hole shot win for Jesse James because Gus was closer to the index, but because Jesse had the better reaction time, got to the finish line first, even though he ran a slower elapsed time. So Jesse James Jr. is moving on to round number 2, where he will get a bye run in the next round, which is very dangerous for everybody else in Modify. You don't want to give Jesse James a bye run anytime in competition. Melton Whittlesey driving the Little Bud. Will be on the left side of the racetrack for Ahern Reynolds. And Infamous Brewing. George Olson will be in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the boat they call Here We Go Again out of Galveston, Texas for Olson Piling, SWAT, Speed and Marine, and Affordable Engines, and Harry's Machine. George was your number 10 qualifier. Melton was your number 5 qualifier. Melton will be on the outboard boat left side. George Olson in the right. Reaction time advantage went to Melton, and the win light goes to Melton. 848 with a 1 at 100.07 miles an hour. Had about 3/10 of a second reaction time advantage over George Olson. It's another whole shot win for Melton Whittlesey. George Olson was 751 on the tree and goes 833 with a 2 at 93 miles an hour. So everybody has found the right tune-ups. to slow their boats down enough. For some reason in qualifying, everybody was just going way under the indexes in all of our categories. But now they seem to have got it figured out. Now to bring up Greg Conley and Ronnie Jennings. Greg driving Thunder and Lightning will be in the Ahern Reynolds far side of the racetrack for Cars Restoration. RK Rancho Industries and Pumps by Chop has a 471 cubic inch Chevrolet and a young blood boat. Over on the left side, Ronnie Jennings driving a boat they call Ludicrous in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side out of Macon, Missouri for Ronnie's Garage Incorporated, Pro Boat Incorporated, 12D Construction, David Cook Graphics, JT Holman Construction, Claypool Motorsports, David Jones Racing. Ronnie Jennings was your number 8 qualifier with a 799.7, and Greg Conley was your number 7 qualifier, way off of the index at 946. We're looking for 8 flat, the closest to 8.00 without going quicker, and get to the finish line first. All it takes to move into round 2. Well, red light for Greg Conley. Ronnie Jennings was 0.23. Runs it out the back, goes 7.93.9 at 94 miles an hour. Greg Conley turned it 0.72 red, goes 8.10 with a 0 at 97. Ronnie Jennings and Ludicrous take out Greg Conley in round number 1. All right, listen up. Spectators, we do have free earplugs. If you did forget to bring your earplugs and you need some, we have free earplugs back here behind the timing tower where we are selling our T-shirts. While you're over there getting yourself a T-shirt, get you a free pair of earplugs if you need them, or if the kiddos need some earplugs. We have free earplugs back here behind the timing tower where we are selling our T-shirts. You're more than welcome to them. Next pair up, Jason Gothard driving Happy Hour, being the Ahern Reynolds far side of the racetrack out of San Angelo, Texas for Fast Line Fabrications, FPC Services, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Extreme Barbecue, Wayman Pittsford Incorporated, Joe Yarborough, and Palmetto Distillery. Jason driving that boat for Steve Walls. And Andrew Decker, the boat they call In Too Deep out of Buckholz, Texas. Special thanks to GNC Machinery and Robert Moore, Gary Lindsay, Jill Decker, Danny and Christine Springer, or Springer Farms, Looking Pretty Decals, Denise Wyatt, Christian Decker, CMT Mobile Services, and Easy Tire. He'll be in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side of the racetrack for Andrew. Jason Gothard over on the left. 10 seconds to countdown. How about that run for Jason Gothard? He was 104. He goes 801 with a 1 at 100.51 miles an hour. Jason Gothard with the win light. Andrew Decker was behind and ran it out the back. Breakout 793.5, 94.36 miles an hour. But Jason Gothard moves on, and he will face Tyler Boehm in the next round. And I do believe that will leave us with Austin Fugate to take his bye run. Yep, that's Austin over there in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack driving a boat they call Biggest Crush. Out of Fort Worth, Texas for Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Electro Freeza, Texas, Two Guys Marine and Fugate Construction, and Epic Boats. Austin Fugate in the first round of qualifying yesterday. They threw a tune-up in it, said we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but here it goes, and it goes 8.001 for the number 1 qualifying spot. So this will be our last modified eliminator boat. Austin earned this buy run. There's no doubt about that. And he will have to run Ronnie Jennings in the next round. Countdown clock is starting to fire that hot rod up. After having an unfortunate incident in Paris, Texas earlier in the year, he rebounds and is your number 1 qualifier here in Waco. And runs it out the back, 787 Ford, 103.31 miles an hour. So it sped up a little bit overnight. Put a little bit more oomph in it, as we would say in Louisiana. Austin, 787 Ford, 103.31 miles an hour. But that's a good thing about having a buy run first round. You just get to go out there and run the thing out the back. Doesn't really matter what it runs, but it gives you an idea of what to do for the next round. So Austin Fugate will race Ronnie Jennings. Bill Miles will have Melton Whittlesey. Jesse James Jr. gets a buy run. And Jason Gothard gets Tyler Bame in the next round. And that'll bring us into top eliminator. 10 boats on property. That means there are no buy runs in the first round. However, the winner of the number 1 and 10 matchup will get a buy run in the second round. And I do believe that 1 and 10 matchup is going to be your first to go down in top eliminator. And it will be that number 1 and 10 matchup. First pair down. And your number 1 qualifier for the weekend with a 7 flat with a 4, it was Mr. George Goff, and he will be in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack driving a boat, Bad Magic, out of Choteau, Oklahoma. For Electro Freeze of Texas, Tulsa Sheet Metal, the crew of Marcia, Todd, Trevin, and Rayleigh. Special thanks to Electro Freeze Express crew, GW and Terran Golf, the crews of Flat Wicked and Fool's Paradise. And a huge thank you to Bruce and Bobby Wicker, as well as Broken Arrow Powder Coating. And George wants to wish good luck to all the Electro Freeze of Texas boats here this weekend. And Drake Mosier, driving a boat they call Drastic Change, will be over here in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle near side of the racetrack. The reason why he was the number 10 qualifier is because he couldn't get the boat to slow down in the 2 qualifying sessions that we got yesterday. So his best run was 691 with a 4. That was his closest run to the 7.0 index. Therefore, he had to go to the bottom of the qualifying sheet. So he has a fast boat, and he is able to do it. Is he able to slow it down or able to play the game good enough to take out a legend like Mr. George Goff? And a win light to Mr. George Golf. How about a 0:24 reaction time for Mr. George? He goes 698.7 at 108.49 miles an hour. Drake turned it 110 red. Runs it out the back, goes 704.9 at 95 miles an hour. But Mr. George Golf will have a bye run into the next round with that round number 1 win. Coming up now in top eliminator, Christopher Mosier. The boat they call Mama Tried will be over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack. Your number 2 qualifier here this weekend with 701 with an 8. And he will face Brady Kimbrough. Boat they call Pure Sin out of Houston, Texas. He'll be in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle near side of the racetrack. He was your number 9 qualifier. Only mustered a 772 with a 0 in qualifying. Going to have to step it up big time. He wants to take out Christopher Mosier. All right, we're good to go, and the countdown has started. 25 seconds to count down for Christopher Mosier and Brady Kimbrough. Our second pair, top eliminator here in round number 1. Well, they were separated by 0.02 of a second, but the win light goes to Christopher Mosier. 203 on the tree with a 708.5, 112.75 miles an hour gets the nod. How about Brady Kimbrough? He was 2 thou behind, broke it out by a single thousand. 699 with a 9 at 110 miles an hour. Wow, broke out 8/10,000ths of a second or 1,000th of a second. That was crazy. They were separated by 2 thou. Brady Kimbrough broke it out by just that much. I need Pro Comp flat bottom, Pro Comp flats to the end ramp, please. Pro Comp flats to the end ramp. Top alcohol flats, be on standby. Alcohol hydro, get them warmed up. Pro Comp flats, I need you to the end ramp, please. Alcohol hydro, be warming them up. Alcohol flats, be on standby. Next person to be over there on the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack is Bobby Thurman, driving a boat they call Crap Shooter for Sam Bowes Logging and Thurman's Heating and Air. And Jerry Brandon will be coming up in the Fun and Sun boats and tackle right side of the racetrack. Name of that boat is Back in Black. Driver coming out of Tyler, Texas. Jerry was your number 6 qualifier. Bobby, your number 5 qualifier. They were separated by 100th of a second in qualifying. So this ought to be good. It's a new day. There's new weather conditions. It's a lot cooler than it was yesterday around this time. So let's see how the boats are going to react. Bobby Thurman in the left, Jerry Branham in the right. Well, Jerry Branham had a 004 reaction time. Got it on a hole shot. Bobby was closer to the 7.0 index at 7:18, but Jerry with that 004 reaction time goes 7:33.4 at 105.30 miles an hour for the win. Bobby Thurman 296, 7:18, and not good enough to take out Jerry Branham in the first round. So that back in black boat will be back for round number 2. Bob Winder now, driving Mama's Diamond to be in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack out of Lake Hills, Texas. Your number 4 qualifier at 7:08.7. And he will face Matt Miller, boat called Miller Time. Over in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle near lane for Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, and Smoke on the Water drag boat races. Speaking of that, if you're interested in taking a little vacation or doing a little bit more drag boat racing next weekend, in El Reno, Oklahoma, which isn't that far away from here. I mean, it's a little bit of a drive, but it's not that far. Josh Finnegan and his entire crew are putting on the Smoke on the Water drag boat races again on Lake El Reno in El Reno, Oklahoma. It's an outlaw-style drag boat race, open boats only. I encourage you to go. It's one of those you have to put down on your list every year. So Bob Winder in the left, Matt Miller in the right. Your 4 and 7 qualifiers. Winner moves into second round. And Matt Miller turned it red. Give the win to Bob Winder. 082 goes 699.6 at 106.34 miles an hour. So he missed the index by just 0.04 of a second. But since Matt Miller was 109 red, went 7:28.7 at 110 miles an hour. And no good. Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond, takes out Matt Miller. So it is Miller time already for Matt Miller today. Tough break, but Bob Winder, he earned it. Matt Miller threw it away and gave it to him. Next pair, Dawson Dickerson, the boat they call Dad's Pocketbook. Being the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack for Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, Swats, Speed and Marine. And Tim Bostic, the boat Anomaly, will be over the right side. The Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle right side of the racetrack for Haas Props, Senseless Racing. Engine and setup done by Senseless Racing. 29 years since his last race in Augusta, Georgia in 1992, and Tim Bostic is back here in Waco, Texas. He was your number 8 qualifier at 7:21. Dawson Dickerson, your number 3 qualifier, 7:04 with a 0 in qualifying. This will be your final pair of top eliminator. And then we move into Pro Jet. Well, it was a red light start by Dawson Dickerson, giving the win to Tim Bostic. His reaction time started with a 2. That is not what he wanted at all. Goes 7:07.3 at 107.62 miles an hour. What did I say about a lucky round win earlier? Well, Tim Bostic just got one right there. Dawson Dickerson turned it 0:33 red. Goes 7:05.4 at 105.93. But after that 33 thousandths red light, it doesn't matter what the boat runs on the racetrack. Tim Bostic moves on to the next round. All right, so here we go with Pro Jet. This is our 8th mile per hour limited category. They're not limited on the elapsed time, just mile per hour. The yellow buoys is the target. Dustin Esseloni and Aces Wild coming up in the left side of the racetrack out of Orange Grove, Texas. And Kevin Swatloski, the boat they call Loose Change out of Conroe for Richard Otwell, Steve and Stephen Welch, and Place Craft Hull. He'll be in the right side. Oh! So Kevin getting thrown out of the boat, but he is A-OK. He gives us the thumbs up. Kevin is okay after a huge nitrous explosion on the boat. Kevin gets thrown out, but he is A-OK. Something happened to Dustin Esseloni on the starting line. Kevin getting tossed from the boat, but he is okay. That was a scary situation for Kevin Swatloski, but thank God he is A-OK. Rescue boat is on scene, getting him out of the water. Waco, Texas, one more round of applause. Let Kevin Swatloski hear you. Scary deal for sure, that nitrous, man. It is a finicky monster, and especially in these jet boats. Whenever that jet boat loses power, wherever that jet is pointed, that's where it's going. And so whenever the nitrous backfire happens and the boat dies, it just, it's not a pretty sight. But Swatloski on the rescue boat, and he's okay. Medical team, we need you to answer your radio, please. Medical team, answer your radio. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let Kevin hear you. Give him a round of applause. We're so glad you're all right, brother. Scary, scary deal. So we're going to need Kevin Swatlowski's trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Kevin Swatlowski's trailer and Dustin Neslony's trailer back to the in-ramp. Kevin Swatlowski's trailer and Dustin Neslony's trailer back to the in-ramp, please. I also need top alcohol flat bottoms, top alcohol flats to the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flats to the in-ramp. Alcohol hydro be on standby, pro modified. Get them warmed up. Alcohol flat, need you to the in-ramp, please. Alcohol hydro be on standby, pro modified. Get them warmed up. So your winner of that matchup in Pro Jet, Dustin Neslony, did not cross the beam under his own power. That is a not a worse infraction than crossing the center line. So Kevin Swatlowski has unfortunately been disqualified. Dustin Neslony will be your winner first round here in Pro Jet. Crazy ordeal, scary situation for Kevin Swatlowski, but thank God he is okay. And Dustin Neslony gets one more chance at redemption and one more chance to figure that hot rod out. So as soon as we get all of our rescue boats back in place, get everybody cleared off the racetrack, our next pair of Pro Jet boats will be Nathan Haynes over the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack out of Huffman, Texas for Huffman Performance, Scoggin Dickey Performance Centers Race Shop, RJ Trailer Sales, B&D Waterland. Give me 1 second as my computer comes back to me. and Pat Hobbs. Pat Hobbs will be over here in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle, right side of the racetrack for Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Hobbs Motorsports. This is going to be a great matchup. Nathan Haynes and Pat Hobbs. Nathan was your number 3 qualifier, 392.8. And Pat Hobbs, 412 with a 2, was your number 4 qualifier. Of course, Tim Ortiz gets a bye run in round number 1 with an odd number of boats in class. So Dustin Nesloni will have a bye run into the final round. Tim Ortiz, your number 1 qualifier at 378 with a 2. Now, like I said, ProJet is based solely on mile per hour. It's limited that way. A lot of other classes have different rule sets. Well, ProJet's is that you cannot go faster than 145 miles an hour. You get 1 slap on the wrist, and then the next time you go over 145 miles an hour, you got to go. We'll see you at the next one. But Tim Ortiz has the fastest jet boat in the country. He has the record here in the Southern Track Boat Association, putting that boat into the 360s. Remember I said the 8th mile is those yellow buoys out there. That's the finish line for ProJet. Pat Hobbs also racing for C&D Mechanical, Huffman Performance, and Morgan & Son Racing Engines. Nathan Haynes wants to give a special shout out to Miller Excavation for coming on board his machine as well. So as soon as everything gets cleared away and we are given the authority by the rescue personnel, the safety personnel, we'll get going one more time in ProJet. Once again, top alcohol flat bottoms, you should be at the end ramp. Top alcohol flats, you should be at the end ramp. Alcohol hydro, you should be on standby. And pro modified, you should be warming them up. All right, I need top alcohol hydro. Top alcohol hydro to the end ramp, please. Top alcohol hydro. I need you to the end ramp. Pro modified, be on standby. Quick eliminator, warm them up. Alcohol hydro, I need you to the end ramp. Pro modified, be on standby. Quick eliminator, get them warmed up. All right, so I just got told Kevin Swatlowski is getting checked out, but he is fine. He will be okay. Kevin, there's just a procedure. We have to get him checked out, but he is A-okay. He knows exactly what happened. He said, you know what, it's a tough break. He said, but it happens, and we know the risk. Every driver out here that sits in a boat and blasts down the lake or the river, they know the risk. They're willing to take it. Kevin Swatlowski said, you know, tough luck, but we'll live to fight another day. So that's good news for Kevin Swatlowski. He'll be fine. And your winner going to be Nathan Haynes. Nathan goes 387 with a 1 at 135 miles an hour. Both of them were red, but Pat Hobbs turned it red first, so your winner is Nathan Haynes, 387-1, 135.70 miles an hour. Pat Hobbs gave it all he had was 158 red, 4085, 131.29 miles an hour. So he picked it up from what he ran in qualifying, but turned it red. Nathan Haynes was 71 thou red. Pat Hobbs, 158 thou red. So Nathan Haynes with the win. But good job, Pat Hobbs. He stepped up, but tried a little too hard on the tree and turned it red. So I do believe that Tim Ortiz elected not to take his bye run here in round number 1. So we should be moving into Pro Comp Flats. First pair of Pro Comp Flats, GW Golf, the Electro Freeze Express. In the Airhorn Reynolds left-hand side of the racetrack out of Catoosa, Oklahoma for Electro Freeze in Texas. And Bruce and Bobby Wicker. Fun and Sun up boat and tackle. Right-hand side is Andy Comstock driving Whiskey Tango. For ACD Electric, Salon Elements, pit crew of Sun Chase, CEO Tony, and Brother Dan. 655 the dial for Andy Comstock, 658 the dial for GW. And a win light going to GW Golf, 023, 660 with a 5 on the 658 dial at 124 miles an hour. Andy Comstock was 141 on the tree, 647. A breakout on that 655 dial. He was 141 on the tree, so he was behind by a bunch. And GW Golf takes the win light here in round number 1. Your number 2 qualifier taking out number 9 in the first round. All right, next pair, Dylan Crownover, Bad Company 2. Coming up in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack out of Granite Shoals, Texas. For Grandpa and Grandma, J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Crownover Fence and Welding. 647 his dial. He qualified number 3 with a 647.0. And Flying Frank Carter, driving a boat they call Flat Flying, out of Liberty Hill, Texas, being the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle right side of the racetrack. For United Rentals, Magnum Trailers, Kemper's Transport, special thanks to Joey and Cassie Smith. Frank Carter dialed in at 6 flat. So Dylan Crownover going first. Frank trying to run him down. And win light to Dylan Crownover, 651.8 at 125.65 miles an hour. Frank Carter breaks it out 592.1, 129.86 miles an hour for Flying Frank Carter. Dylan Crownover had a little bit of a reaction time advantage, 651 on the 647. He is good enough to move himself into round number 2. Next pair of Pro-Con flats is going to be Larry Skiro. Driving flat and nasty in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack out of Highland Haven, Texas. Blue Water Irrigation Landscape Supplies, Blue Water Nursery, John and Pat Heineke, your signature salon. Mark and Chad Majorkirth, wife Julie, Austin and Ashland. Wake Point LBJ, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Tony Pippinger, Lake Life EXP Realty Team, and the lovely Miss Jerry. And on the right side, the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle. Driving Fool's Paradise is Tony Scarlatta out of Locust Grove, Oklahoma for Electro Freeze, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, Malone Diesel, Steve, Kathy, and Sam Malone. Special thanks to sponsors George and GW Golf and David Merchant. Well, Larry Skiro was playing the throttle game almost all the way down the racetrack. He had a pretty good reaction time advantage against Tony Scarlatta. Tony was out 6 flat. He goes 661. And with a 366 reaction time, not good enough. So Larry Skiro, 140 on the tree, was down 636, goes 669 at 105 miles an hour. Larry Skiro taking out Tony Scarlatta in the first round. And Larry will have to face Dylan Crownover in the next round. So we still have 2 pair of Pro-Con flats left. David Merchant, Brian Winslet. And this pair that's coming up now, Rodney West Jr., driving a Voodoo Canoe out of the state of Louisiana. RCW Insurance Services. He'll be in the Fun and Sun up Boat and Tackle, near lane of the racetrack. And Randy Cockrell, the boat they call Can't Get Right, will be in the left. Randy dialed in 7 flat. Rodney West Jr. dialed 699. Your number 5 and 6 qualifier here in Pro-Con Flat. The winner will face GW Golf in the next round. Win light, Randy Cockrell, 7-09 with a 7 at 115.84 miles an hour on the 7 flat. Rodney West Jr. was behind by 0.03 of a second. That ain't much. But goes 7:24.6, 110. And the boat let him down on that one. He was out 6:99, 7:24. And Rodney Cockrell got there by just about 1/10 of a second. So Randy Cockrell will now face GW Golf in the next round. Winner there will have a bye into the final. And Dylan Crownover has Larry Skiro in the next round. Our final pair in Pro-Con Flat is going to be that David Merchant and Brian Winslet matchup, the numbers 1 and 10 qualifiers. So David will be up here in the left lane, the Ahern Reynolds side of the racetrack, driving flat wicked. Special thanks to Bruce and Bobby Wicker of Electro Freeze, George and GW Golf, and his beautiful wife, Don, your number one qualifier. He'll be dialed in at 683. And Brian Winslet out of Pflugerville, Texas. Special thanks to Chantel, Mom, Dad, and Ashley. Special thanks to RESP and Trinity Racing Ministries. He's driving flat fancy over here on the right side, dialed 665. And the win light goes to David Merchant, your number one qualifier, 053 light. He goes 686 on that 683 at 116 miles an hour. Brian Winslet was 120 on the tree. Goes 668 on the 665, and no good. Winner, David Merchant, by 73 thousandths of a second at the finish line. So David Merchant, the number one qualifier, will have a bye run next round. As Dylan Crownover will face Larry Skiro, GW Golf will have Randy Cockrell in the second round of Pro Comp Flats. And that'll move us into top alcohol flat bottoms. Known all across the world as the funny cars of drag boat racing, because simply whenever they step on the throttle and they start playing with that left pedal, you absolutely have no idea what's going to happen. And it'll be a bye run for your number one qualifier. Up first, Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, right-hand side of the racetrack is Jeff Stewart driving a boat called Flat Hammered. Special thanks to Craig Turner Construction, Advanced Precision and Blower Shop. And a huge thanks to the crew, Chris, Greg, Craig, and Tom. Jeff Stewart went 5:23 with an 8 in qualifying. Him and his crew, they had that thing hyped up, and it was beautiful to watch. And my jaw hit the floor. 5:23. Was amazing. Can he step it up and go even faster here in the first round? Yeah, it looked like it might have popped the burst panels down there. He shuts the boat off, coasts through to only a 5.78.4 at 99 miles an hour. It was sure trucking at the top end of the racetrack, though. Just got about to the 8th mile and popped the burst panels. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and they'll be able to get the boat turned around for the second round. As rescue goes down there to make sure that everything is A-OK with Jeff Stewart. If you're going to have something like that happen, you would rather it happen on your bye run. That way you know that you have the chance to go into the next round of competition. And if that was to happen against either Marcus Kinsey or Bill Miller in the next round. So everything looks to be good. Didn't see any fire. Just a little over boost and popping of the burst panels. So that next pair is going to be Bill Miller and Marcus Kinsey. Bill's going to be in the Ahern Reynolds left-hand side of the racetrack, driving a boat for Max Davis, the boat they call Party to the Max, out of Taylor, Texas. For more trucking, Elite Products, Rapid Photos, Texas Automotive Equipment, Robin Banks, CP Carrillo Rods and Pistons, the Blower Shop, the crew chief of Terry Moore, Joe Davis, Dwayne Gilbert, and Mark the Wire God. The three-time SDBA High Points champion in Top Alcohol Flat is Bill Miller. And he will face Marcus Kinsey. Marcus will be in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle right-hand side of the racetrack, driving a boat Bad Company out of Marble Falls, Texas for J&M Kinsey Plumbing. Special thanks to Tony Scarlato for all the help. Marcus qualified third at 5:55.1. Bill Miller qualified fourth at 5:74.1. So on paper, Marcus Kinsey should take out Bill Miller. But you never know what Max Davis and that entire team can pull out of their sleeve overnight, because they did not make either of the runs that they wanted to in either session of qualifying yesterday. But Marcus Kinsey, both times he stepped on the throttle, it has went straight down the racetrack. He's just got to do it. He's just got to do it 2 more times in order to take home a win in Top Alcohol Flat. So as soon as we make sure that Jeff Stewart is off the top end of the racetrack safely and all of our rescue boats are in place, we will fire up Bill Miller and Marcus Kinsey. Winner here gets Jeff Stewart in the second round. Capsules down, let's do it. And it's going to be a win for Bill Miller. Marcus Kinsey had issues. Marcus Kinsey left the racetrack, so it's going to be a disqualification. Bill Miller goes 5:79.8. 144.19 miles an hour, but all eyes were on Marcus Kinsey. It was a scary run, but all is good for Marcus Kinsey. That thing did exactly what it did in the second qualifying session. Started picking the front end up, started going right, and there was nothing that Marcus could do except step off the throttle at that point. All right, we need Marcus Kinsey's trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Marcus Kinsey's trailer back to the in-ramp. I also need Pro Modified. Pro Mod, I need you to the in-ramp, please. Pro Modified to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, be on standby. Pro Eliminator, get them warmed up. Bill Miller actually did turn it 084 red. Marcus Kinsey was green, but the bigger infraction would be leaving the race course for Marcus Kinsey. Therefore, Bill Miller gets the round 1 win and will face Jeff Stewart in the second round of competition. Absolutely, a round of applause for Marcus Kinsey on a great job of driving. So as we get Marcus Kinsey towed off of the racetrack, rescue boats back in place. And And next pair being our final pair, Top Alcohol Flats, being pulled to the hold rope now. It's going to be Bill Diaz. The War Party rides on in the Ahern Reynolds. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Driving in memory of Miss Nancy and Mr. Jerry Davis. For Aquatic Balance Pool Service, Industry Tire, Maniac Racing, Infamous Brewing, Campbell Family, Brady Truck Service, DSM Racing, RB Props, Robin Banks, Stacy Smith, Drag Boat Review, JJ Marley Ranch, and a special thank you to Steve Brady and Brady Truck Service. The crew of Todd, Straight, Brian, Marcia, Kevin, Big Ricky, Stewie, Nancy Stacks, Daniel, and Candace, Berto, and happy birthday, Big Ricky. Oh, Bill Diaz did not make a clean pass in qualifying, therefore he qualified last on the sheet. And he will run David Gipe, driving a boat Battleborn for Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle. The BRG Homes, DC Plumbing, Patterson Racing Engines, Jet Set Luxury Brokers, Advanced Precision Machining, Great Basin Water Supply, River Concrete, Mad Mike's Nitro Rub, Menace Motorsports, Altigers Powder Coating, Calibrated Concrete. Special thanks to the sisters and brother-in-law, Jason Spicer Guy, Mike Patterson, Tony Scarlotta, Sandra Scarlotta, Mike Thompson, Gary Morrill, and wives Angela and Michelle Guy for the support, and of course the kiddos. Your number 2 qualifier, David Guy, 5:45.4. Bill Diaz, I apologize, not having a clean run all weekend long. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. 3 seconds countdown. And David Guy with another clean pass, 5:44.3, 154 miles an hour. Bill Diaz finally gets down the racetrack, goes 5:58, 149.81 miles an hour, but perhaps it was just one run too late for Bill Diaz. David Gipe will have a bye run into the finals where he will face either Jeff Stewart or Bill Miller. But a nice pass, another clean, straight A to B pass for David Gipe. So the next class up will be Top Alcohol Hydro. And then after Top Alcohol Hydro, it'll be Mike Robbins, I apologize, and Nitro Nuts will make his first pass of the day in a Top Fuel Hydro. But first, we're going to trade the Nitro for some alcohol in the tank. And go Top Alcohol Hydro Racing. Your number 1 qualifier this weekend, Marty Logan. And he gets a bye run here in first round, and he's going to be first up. So unfortunately, we were supposed to have Rick Allen and Kevin Kinsley, but Kevin, the boat is broke. Sadly, Buzzy's boat not able to make the call. Therefore, Rick Allen will have a legal single in the first round. So Marty Logan will be coming up in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Out of Midlothian, Texas. Driving for House of Color Motorsports. Lucas Oil, Turnkey Speed Shop. Protect the Harvest, the Chris Kyle Frog Foundation. The Ellis County Barbecue. CCR Fiberglass. And a whole host of other companies. I'm just going by what's off my memory right now until it gets put into the computer. We got to do something very awesome this morning after chapel service. Marty's two twin boys, 11 years old, got baptized this morning by Trinity Racing Ministries' own Brother Mike Griffith. It was an amazing experience, something they will never forget, and Brother Mike certainly won't either. Another huge thank you to James Brown and Judy Sheffield, Dennis DeWeerd, MTR Performance, NW Radio, TD's Transmission, Texas Outrigger Boats, Gumby Performance, Stevie Jackson Race Cars, Michael Furr Golf Exhibitions, Dean Wingard Photo, MartyLogan.com, RFC, and RESP. The 8-time world champion in Pro Modified and the year 2019 SDBA Top Alcohol Hydro World Champion. Here we go. 15 seconds to countdown. Marty Logan living a dream. Capsules down, go. Well, that was beautiful. 434 with a 0, 197.95 miles an hour. And Marty Logan shows you, you know what? I'm the number one qualifier for a reason. 434 at 197.95 miles an hour for Marty Logan. That thing started trekking right just a little bit, right there at the 1,000 foot. But he was able to keep it on his side of the right side buoy. And we're good to go. Marty Logan will face the winner of Mike DeClark and Kent Price in the next round. And now here comes Rick Allen on his bye run. The boat they call Total Chaos out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Your number 2 qualifier with a 440 with a 5. Did that at better than 191 miles an hour in Q1 yesterday. Rick Allen will go straight to the final round. Here in Top Alcohol Hydro. Soon as rescue gets back in place, we'll fire him up. Let him blast down the 1,000-foot, hopefully over 200 miles an hour. We have not seen a 200-mile-per-hour run in Top Alcohol Hydro yet this weekend. Countdown clock at 15 seconds. What a nice pass. 440 with an 8 at 193.27 miles an hour for Rick Allen. And that will send him straight to the final round of Top Alcohol Hydro. So that'll leave us with our pair of Top Alcohol Hydros. It'll be Kent Price over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack. And Mike DeClark over here in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side. All right, so we are going yellow. Kent Price and Black Dragon over there on the left side. Out of Porter, Texas for Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Haskell, and Jake. And Mike DeClark, Little White Lie. The name of that boat might come to us out of Anaheim, California. Ten seconds left. Well, Kent Price threw the shootout early, and it cost him 442.7, 194 miles an hour for Mike DeClark. Kent actually turned it 071 red. Goes 460 with a 2 at 154 miles an hour after throwing the shootout at 875 feet. Mike DeClark, 442.7, 194.52, and he will face Marty Logan in the semifinals to see who will face Rick Allen in the finals. So that'll do all for Top Alcohol Hydro, and that means that Mike Robbins and Nitro Nuts, the Top Fuel Hydro, are up next. They're pulling him to the hold rope as we speak. 11,000 horsepower. Your current world record holder in Top Fuel Hydro here in the Southern Drag Boat Association. Remember, Top Fuel Hydro running to 875 feet. That is the blue buoys. And they will cover that distance in just over 3 seconds at better than 240 miles an hour, possibly. Depending on the tune-up, depending on the weather conditions, we could possibly see a new record set for Top Fuel Hydro in the SDBA. All right, I need quick eliminator. Quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp, please. Quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp. Pro eliminator, be on standby. Personal watercraft, get them warmed up. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Pro eliminator, be on standby. Personal watercraft, get them warmed up. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is when you want to have your phones out. You want a video of this to go back and show your coworkers tomorrow morning. Look what I saw yesterday. You think you had a cool weekend? Yeah. Bet you didn't have this cool of a weekend if you didn't go to Waco, Texas, for the Southern Drag Boat Association Duel on the Brazos. So as they get Mike Robbins pulled into position. Mike coming to us out of Youngsville, North Carolina. So here we go. Out of Youngsville, North Carolina, Mike Robbins driving Nitro Nuts for Cowboy Bob, Integrated Metal Products, RWR Motorsports. Ken Hughes with Mac Tools, Kalita Motorsports, Victory Valves, Woodham's Equipment, Winberg Crankshafts, Garnson Contractors, Jarco Supply, J&D Disposals, Mitkins Racing Props, 9A Ranch Bucking Bulls, JP Sport Fishing Tours, David Kirkland, Robert Mills, Randy Ball, David Carroll, and special thanks to the crew, Roger Way, Dave Calput, Terry Watkins, Ken Hughes, James Kasrick, Steve Threw, and Doe Chevrolet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to burn nitro on a Sunday morning in Waco, Texas. The Duel on the Brazos, Top Fuel Hydro. 10 seconds to countdown. How about that? 324 with a 5, 245 miles an hour. That is a new Southern Drag Boat Association record. And Top Fuel Hydro, Waco, make some noise. How awesome was that? And that thing was all over. It was wagging a tail almost all the way down. A record run, 324, 245 miles an hour for Mike Robbins and Nitro Nuts. A new record in the SDBA. Once again, I need quick eliminator. Quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp, please. Quick eliminator, I need you to the end ramp. Quick eliminator to the end ramp, please. Here we go with round number one of Pro Modified. Henry Bainey out of Burton, Texas in the left side. For Ranch King, Trailer Wheel and Frame, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Rick Heidel, Tad's Cajun Seafood and College Station, and we love you, Mama Alice. And Lee Warren, Say Win out of Wichita Falls over in the right side. For Stephen Leslie Pruitt, Scott and Beth Douglas, KPE Racing, Daryl and Doris Bledsoe, Brian Jones and Company, Swan Pipelines, Megan's mom and dad. Well, Henry Bainey turned it red by 7 thousandths of a second. And since Lee Warren broke the beam, he broke the beam, so Lee Warren is the winner. Not able to make it down the racetrack, but a 1.74 reaction time. He broke the beam. Henry Bainey turned it James Bond 007 red. Give the win to Lee Warren in round number one of Pro Mod. Oh, and here's this matchup one more time. We've seen it quite a few times this year already. Mallory Carroll and Daryl Ehrlich. Mallory over in the Ahern Reynolds Left side of the racetrack, driving a little more therapy out of Burnett, Texas. For WCR Construction, Electro Freezer, Texas, RFC, RESP, special thanks to Gary Watson, Mom, Dad, Todd, and Ella Haas. And Mad Max, Daryl Ehrlich driving out of reach for Pawpaw Doug Mater out of Round Rock, Texas. Over in the right side, the Fun and Sun, Boat and Tackle, right side of the racetrack for Daryl's equipment. Daryl and Angie, Chris Randall, Yvonne, Angela Mack, George's Bar and Grill, your 2019 and 2020. High Points runner-up in Pro Modified. Pawpaw's 50th year, golden anniversary of drag boat racing. He's got at least one win on the season. After taking the win in Paris, Texas. So Mallory in the left, Daryl Ehrlich, Mad Max in the right. 560 the target number. Closest to 560 without going over or without going under, faster, and get to the finish line first, you're the winner in round one. Mad Max turn it 012 red on Mallory Carroll. Give the win light to Mallory. 208 on the tree for Mallory. 565, 151.17 miles an hour. Mad Max turned it 012 red. Goes 548 with a 9 at 146. Mallory Carroll takes out the four-time Top Fuel Hydro World Champion in the first round. So I was expecting a great race out of Daryl Ehrlich and Mallory Carroll, but I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting Mad Max to go red on her, but he knew that he had to push it. He knew that he's been running a little inconsistent, a little fast. We needed all the advantage that he could possibly get in order to drive the stripe at the top end of the racetrack, but it doesn't work out for Mad Max Daryl Ehrlich. Mallory Carroll moving on to the second round. And to bring up Tim Ortiz, driving empty pockets for Pat Kinsey in the Ahern Reynolds, left side of the racetrack out of Conroe, Texas. For Pat Kinsey Drywall, Race Engine Development. Thanks to Rhonda for allowing them to continue to race. And special thanks to Doug Ivey, Archie Nelson, Kevin Cook. He was your number 7 qualifier at 6:03.3. And Jay Hudgens driving Aquaholic. Will be in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle. Right side of the racetrack for American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, Magnum Trailers, Rogers Mobile Detailing, MTR Performance. Thanks to Shelby, Andrew, Brianne, Kenzie, Dylan, Tina, Dustin, Brian, Ariel, Matt, and Gary. Special thanks to Greg Lampard and the crew. So Jay will be over in the right, Tim over in the left. Your number 6 and 7 qualifier here in Waco. First round. Pro Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Pro Eliminator. I need you to the end ramp, please. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Personal watercraft be on standby. Stock Eliminator, get them warmed up. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Personal watercraft be on standby. Stock Eliminator, warm them up. Here we go, countdown to 25 seconds. And how about Jay Hudgens? 5:59.2. No, I'm sorry. Jay Hudgens, 5:59.2 at 150 miles an hour for Jay Hudgens. He broke out, but Tim Ortiz never left the starting line. So give the win to Jay Hudgens. That's the run that they have needed for a long time. 5:59.2, 8,000ths of a second away from a perfect run. At 150.65 miles an hour, Tim Ortiz having issues. As soon as he hit the throttle, didn't move. Good job to Jay Hudgens, that Aquaholic team. That was awesome. Hey, heads up. If you guys don't have a VIP pass, please stay out of the VIP tent. It's getting very congested up in there. If you do not have a VIP pass, please stay out of the VIP tent. Also, racers, race fans, if you need some bags of ice, we have bags of ice, $5 for 2 bags of ice. I believe they're 20-pound bags. So $5 for 2 bags of ice. We need to sell them out. So go see the ice truck if you need to get some ice. Tim Ortiz's trailer back to the in-ramp, please. We need Tim Ortiz's Pro Mod trailer back to the in-ramp, please. So Brian Miller driving Joker's Wild out of Bluffdale, Texas, will be on the left side. That turbocharged LS small block. Qualified number 9 at 6:56.4. He'll be over the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack. And Greg Limpar, the boat they call Anger Management, out of Comfort, Texas, will be over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle. Right side of the racetrack for Express Drywall, Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeffro Custom Silt Screening. Your number 4 qualifier at 5:72.1. Pro Eliminator, we need you to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, we need you to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, get there to the in-ramp, please. Well, a huge red light for Brian Miller. He turned to 178 red. Greg Limpar runs it out the back. Goes 5:54.9, 159.50 miles an hour for Greg Limpar. After a 3:40 reaction time, Brian Miller turned at 178 red. Goes 5:89.9 at 136.05 miles an hour. So they are stepping in the right direction with that turbocharged small block boat. But no good right here against Greg Limpar in the first round. If you would like to purchase some of Adrian Huff's professional pictures, Miss Beverly Stokes has them over at the Drag Boat Review trailer. While you're there looking at Adrian's pictures and contemplating purchase, be sure to check out the Drag Boat Review magazine subscription as well as their t-shirts. They also have raffle tickets left for the Easy Up tent that they will be giving away in Phoenix, Arizona this year. You do not have to be present to win. I believe they're $5 a piece. So be sure to go over there and get some of those. You can pick any color that you want. It's one of those high-grade industrial pop-up tents or canopies, whatever you would like to call them here in Texas. But that's the real deal. And all of the benefits from that will go to RESP, the Racers Emergency Support Program. Pro Eliminator. We need you to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator to the in-ramp. And here comes your number one qualifier in Pro Modified with a bye run in the first round. Robin Reed, the boat they call Wound Too Tight. He'll be over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, right side of the racetrack out of Arlington, Texas. Driving for Two Guys Marine out of Del Rio. Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, and Trinity Racing Ministries. He grabbed the number one qualifying spot in the final session of qualifying yesterday at 5:62.6, 151 miles an hour. So I guarantee you, if the boat is straight, if it sets, and everything is going good, they will run that thing out the back door to see what they got for Jay Hudgens in the second round of eliminations. Personal watercraft to the in-ram, please. Personal watercraft to the in-ram. Stock Eliminator be on standby. Modifieds, get them warmed up. Personal watercraft to the ramp. All right, here we go. 10 seconds to countdown for Robin Reed. And Robin Reed goes 5:64 with a 4 at 151.62 miles an hour. That was a nice pass. Like I said, ran it out the back, see what they got. He turned at 132 red. He's going to have to fix that for the second round against Jay Hudgens. And it'll be a legal single for Steve Walls, as Mickey Snyder not able to make the call. Steve driving a Hydro Commando out of San Angelo, Texas for Fast Line Fabrications, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Walls Tractor Repair Incorporated, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Extreme Barbecue, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Joe Yarborough, Palmetto Distilleries, thanks to Michelle, Bruce, Sella, Jason, Tag, Shanna, Shane, Seth, and Paul. He qualified number 5 at 5:96.0, only making one pass in qualifying. Getting a lucky break here. Tough break for Mickey Snyder. He wasn't able to make the call. But it'll be a single for Steve Walls. Man, that thing was moving around some kind of bad. He stepped off of it. Still goes 5:43.3 at 147 miles an hour. Getting off of it early. 5:43 at 147 miles an hour in a 069 red light. That thing is hopped up and out of here, and it was skipping around the racetrack awful bad. But Steve Walls, with a legal single, moves into round number 2 where he will face Mallory Carroll. Robin Reed has Jay Hudgens, and Lee Warren has Greg Limpar in the second round. Here we go with quick eliminator. Jeff Miller, your number 1 qualifier, driving Sunday Driver, is taking his bye run first off out of Auburn, Kentucky. Crew Chief Rob Scobie, Toho Wayne Fawkes. Thank you to them. 6 flat, the index here in quick eliminator. And he goes 5.95.2 at 147.81 miles an hour. So Jeff Miller, good on his bye run, will face the winner of Sambo Smith and Robert Anderson in the next round. So here comes Tommy the Lunchbox Rice, the Electro Freeze Special. Over on the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack for Electro Freeze of Texas, WCR Construction, David and Deb Carroll, Gary Watson, Chris and Leanne Allen. And a huge thank you to Bruce and Bobby Wicker for their support. And Ken Jenkins through the fire for Causeway Marina will be in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side of the racetrack. 6 flat, the index. And the win light going to Ken Jenkins and through the fire on a hole shot, 6:04.3, 141. Tommy Rice goes 6:03.7 at 146, but not good enough. Ken Jenkins had the reaction time advantage. Didn't go as close as Tommy Rice did to the index, but gets the win light because he gets to the finish line first. He had a 1:31 reaction time. Tommy Rice was 2:67 on the tree. And Ken Jenkins taking out Tommy the Lunchbox Rice in the first round. And if you would like some stickers commemorating Barry Helms and in loving memory of him, go see Ken Jenkins at the Through the Fire pit for some of those stickers. They are free of charge. Just go and take as many as you please. Next pair coming up, Tyler Salzman driving the Wild Thing for Salzman Farms. Salzman Auto Special, thanks to Mom and Dad. Tyler coming to us out of Kentucky, the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, and Bill Miller driving the Rebellious Winch for Phil Kirkland in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle right side of the racetrack. All right, 5 seconds to countdown. Here we go. Reaction time advantage went to Tyler Salzman by a whole bunch, and a win light goes to Tyler. 6:16, 127.33 with an 0:24 reaction time. Bill Miller was 2:12. It goes 6:69.9 at 126 miles an hour on his side of the racetrack, and no good. Tyler Salzman, the wild thing, moving on. So there's been a new development in Top Alcohol Flat. We'll get back to that in a second. Sambo Smith and Sucker Punch. For Brazos Feed and Supply, Gary Payne. Special thanks to Tony Scarlatta. GNC Machine, Russell Body Shop, and Thurman Heating and Air. It'll be on the left side. Robert Anderson Driving Mutual Funds out of Huffman, Texas. It'll be over on the right side. For Huffman Performance, Task Construction, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Miller Excavation, B&D Waterland, and Nitrous Outlet. Well, reaction time advantage with Sambo and win light to Sambo. 6:04 with a 0 at 137.20 with an 0:79 reaction time. Sambo Smith with the win light. Robert Anderson goes 192 on the tree, 6:13.4 at 114, and not enough to get around Sambo Smith for the win. So Sambo will face Jeff Miller in the next round of competition. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Modified eliminator be on standby. Projet, warm them up. Stock eliminator to the ramp, please. Steve Pruitt, hold my beer and watch this. The name of the boat in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the track out of Midland, Texas. Dedicated to all the veterans and fighting forces who answered the call. Also Dave and Jana Wilson, Lilly Construction, West Star Autoplex, Light O Properties, LLC. Special thanks to the wild man Wayman Pitchford, the two-time world champion, two-time driver of the year, is Steve Pruitt. And Ray Males, driving Blue Thunder, will be in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, right side of the racetrack out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. A loading zone, Booger Reds, Ghost Rider Saloon. Special thanks to Mama Cheryl, the crew, and Henson Racing Engines. And the win light to Ray Males. Red light start for Steve Pruitt. He goes 042 red. He had the better run on the racetrack. Ray Mills was 037 green, 641.5 at only 111 miles an hour. And Ray Mills takes out Steve Pruitt, so that will finish us out. Then quick eliminator for round number one. So Ray will face Tyler Salzman in the next round. Winner there gets a bye out of the final. Jeff Miller has Sambo Smith, and Ken Jenkins gets a bye to the semis in quick eliminator. Stock Eliminator to the ramp, please. Stock Eliminator to the ramp. And now for Pro Eliminator, your 650 index, Greg Collier, strictly business out of Orange Grove, Texas. With the A. Reynolds left side of the racetrack. And Brent Riley painting me crazy out of Corpus Christi. We'll be over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side for DNR Sales, CCR Fiberglass, and thanks to Dustin. Dave Lipinski has elected to not take his bye run and just move on into the finals. Who's going to join him? It's going to be Brent Riley. 291 on the tree. 636 with a 1 on the racetrack at 119 miles an hour. That thing was hopped up. But it doesn't matter. Brent Riley will face Dave Lipinski in the final round of Pro Eliminator. And we are going straight into round number 2 of personal watercraft. We're starting all of our round 2 eliminations. Jody Smith driving the Little Maniac out of Wiley, Texas. With the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right-hand side. Dial 1330. Special thank you to Randy Ball. WCR Construction, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, her mom, Papa Maniac Mike, and the Southern Drag Boat Association. Jody, a 136 reaction time. Runs it out the back, goes 13:38 on the 13:30 at 52 miles an hour. So she will face the winner of Colton Byler and Jake Stevenson in the semifinals. I need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator, final call stock eliminator. I need modified eliminator. Modified eliminator to the end ramp, please. Modified eliminator to the end ramp. Pro Jet, be on standby. Top eliminator, be warming them up. Modified eliminator to the ramp, please. Can someone bring us some ice at the tower, please? We need ice at the tower. And here is that Jake Stevenson and Colton Byler matchup. Jake in the Ahern Reynolds left side, driving a little Okie for Randy Ball. Dial 1318. And Colton Byler driving stretch for Byler Jet Skis, Edna and Todd Byler. Will be in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right side of the racetrack. Dial 1355. Reaction time advantage going to Jake Stevenson by a whole bunch. And the win light goes to Jake Stevenson on the 13-18. He goes 13:47. He knew he was way out in front. Didn't want to break out. He had a 160 reaction time. Colton Byler, his reaction time, 1.421. He runs it out the back trying to catch Jake. Goes 13:47 on the 13:55 at 54 miles an hour. So it will be Jody Smith and Jake Stevenson on the left side of the ladder in the semis. Teammates. They have been doing battle. They are number 1 and 2 in the points. And this is Jake's chance to take Jody out, win the finals, and to overtake her in the points. She is sitting number 1. He is sitting number 2. Jake with 2 wins on the season and an early round exit. Jody with 2 runner-ups and a win. And 2 number 1 qualifiers. Sitting number 1 of the points. And now it's that Lynn Blackburn and Jacob Noller matchup on the right side of the ladder. Winner here goes straight to the finals. Lynn doing time 2 will be on the left side of the racetrack for Docks Boats and Rescue. Medina Lake, Bandera Family Dentistry. She's down 10:30. And Jacob Noller, long time coming. For Mom and Dad, Anna and Opa, Chris Clay, Gary Payne, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols. Thanks to Mike Griffin, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, and Rob Birkland. Dial 1280. The dial for Jacob Noller. Reaction time advantage, Noddler by a whole bunch. Win light to Jacob Noddler. 12:94 on the 1280 at 54 miles an hour with a 0:28 reaction time. Lynn Blackburn was 5:61. Miss a Tree goes 10:50 on the 10:30 at 68 miles an hour. Jacob Noddler going straight to the finals. We will face either Jake Stevenson or it'll be another San Angelo rematch. If Jody takes Jake out, Jacob faces Jody in the finals. Possibly. Could go either way. So Jacob straight to the final round. David Carroll and Matt the Rat. David Carroll and Matt the Rat, please go to the party to the max pits. David Carroll and Matt the Rat to the party to the max pits, please. All right, Projet, I need you to the end ramp, please. Projet to the end ramp. Projet to the end ramp. Top eliminator, be on standby. Procom flats, warm them up. Projet, I need you to the end ramp, please. Here we go, stock eliminator, round number 2. Ashley Winslet and Vanishing Breed out of Dallas, Texas for Fastline Fabrication. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, and Chantel, RESP and Trinity Racing Ministries. She's going to take her bye run over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, right side of the racetrack, down 9 flat. Ashley 068, 911 with a 0 at 73 miles an hour on the 9 flat. And she will move on into the semifinals. All right, next pair of stock eliminator, Rodney Blackstock. Driving plumb crazy in the Ahern Reynolds, left side of the racetrack. Driving for Alan Dottie Kirshner. And Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle Lane. It's going to be J.D. Henderson. Driver number 4, the name of the boat. Thanks to Daniel and Superior Fiberglass, Chopper Hopper Saloon, Tequila Porter. Special thanks to Kevin Helm, Josh Stark, Todd Swartz, Lori Stark, Jeff Crumley, Pirate Mafia, and Scotty B. JD dial 1019. Rodney Blackstock dial 930. Winner here faces Ashley Winslet in the semis. Win light to Rodney Blackstock. He was 0.22 on the light. And on the 930 goes 937 with a 6 at 84 miles an hour. J.D. Henderson was behind 182 on the tree and breaks it out by about 0.08 of a second at the big end of the racetrack trying to get around Rodney. Rodney Blackstock and Ashley Winslet in the semis. Next pair, stock eliminator round number 2, Garrick Snyder, your number 1 qualifier, driving a young gun. Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, and 212 Athletics. Thank you to Uncle Jim, Uncle Jimbo and Aunt Sue for the motor and transmission, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees and R&S Construction. He's down 1076 in the Ahern Reynolds side of the racetrack, and Fun and Son boat and tackle side is Megan Warren at Capital Punishment. She's down 937. Reaction time advantage went to Megan Warren, but the win light on the double breakout goes to Garrick Snyder. 116. He only broke it out by 0.02 of a second at the big end. Megan Warren was 0.56, and she breaks it out by 70 thousandths at the big end. We'll give the win to Garrick Snyder, your number 1 qualifier, moving to the semifinals. So here comes JT Mooney driving Yellow Jacket out of Marion, Texas. Tony Henry Racing Engines, Charlie Sowell Classics, and the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack down 935. And Seth Walls driving Soto Tober down 9 flat. And the Fun and Son boat and tackle right side of the racetrack for Wayman Pittsford Incorporated, Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, Palmetto Whiskey, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Extreme Barbecue, Joe Yarborough, and the entire team. Win light to Seth Walls, 9-12 of the 1 at only 73 miles an hour. With a 189 reaction time, JT broke it out by about 22 thousandths of a second and give the win to Seth Walls. So it'll be Seth Walls and Garrick Snyder in the semis, and Ashley Winslet and Rodney Blackstock on the other side of the ladder in the semifinals of Stock Eliminator. So that'll take us into Modified Eliminator, round number 2. Projet to the in-ramp, please. Projet, we need you to the in-ramp. Projet to the ramp. Your first pair of modified eliminator is going to be Melton Whittlesey and Little Bud, driving for Infamous Brewing. He will be in the Ahern Reynolds, left side of the racetrack. Bill Miles, driving Crazy Cracker, will be over here in the Fun and Sun. Boat and Tackle, right side of the racetrack. Multi-tie KDBA champion and Lucas Oil champion, Jim and Judy Miles. St. Charles Boat and Motor, Anton's Heating and Cooling. Modified eliminator is our 8-second index category. Well, the first one to the finish line without going under 8.00 will win. Countdown clock started. Win light goes to Bill Miles, Melton Whittlesey, all over the racetrack. I think it was just, it scared me a little bit. He was behind by about 0.6 of a second, and the boat let him down. Bill Miles, 143 on the tree. Off the throttle, he goes 823 at 85 miles an hour for the win. Final call for ProJet. This is your final call. Top eliminator, I need you to the ramp as well. Top eliminator to the ramp. Procom Flats on standby. Quick eliminator, get them warmed up. Quick eliminator, get them warmed up. Top eliminator, I need you to the ramp, please. Here comes Austin Fugate driving Biggest Crush out of Fort Worth, Texas. Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Electro Freeza, Texas. Two Guys Marina, Fugate Construction, and Epic Boats. Your number one qualifier. He'll be in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack. And he will face Ronnie Jennings. Ronnie will be driving Ludicrous over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle. Right side of the racetrack out of Macon, Missouri. For Ronnie's Garage Incorporated, Pro Boat Incorporated, 12D Construction, David Cook Graphics, JT Holman Construction, Claypool Motorsports, David Jones Racing. Reaction time advantage went to Austin Fugate, but he breaks out. Ronnie Jennings with the win. 0.95 on the reaction timer. He goes 8 flat with a 5 at 91 miles an hour for Ronnie Jennings and Ludacris, taking out the number one qualifier in round number 2. Austin Fugate, 0.18 on the tree, goes 7.95 at 101.25 miles an hour. And Ronnie Jennings will face Bill Miles in the semis. All right, this is our last pair, and then Jesse James will take his bye. But here comes Tyler Bame, the Ahern Reynolds, left side of the racetrack, driving the Slippery Pickle out of Rio Medina, Texas, for BBC Farm and Ranch, Long's Machine Shop, Texas Car Barn, Rio Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating. Thanks to Stephanie, Kevin, Tin, Cheryl, Austin, Buddy, Shane, and Toho Daniel. Thanks to Mom and the good Lord above. And Jason Gothard driving a happy hour out of San Angelo, Texas, being the fun and sun. Boats and tackle, right-hand side of the racetrack for Fast Line Fabrications, FPC Services, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Extreme Barbecue, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Joe Yarborough, and Palmetto Distillery. And Jason Gothard turned it red. Tyler Bame with a win. 2:08 on the reaction timer. 8:10 with a 2 at 98 miles an hour. Jason Gothard turned it 1:78 red. Goes 8:42 at 98 miles an hour. So Tyler Bame will face Jesse James Jr. That's going to be a great matchup in the semis. Melton Whittlesey will have Ronnie Jennings. I do believe that the Outlaw is still coming up to take his bye run. Top eliminator, we need you to the ramp. Top eliminator, we need you to the ramp. Top eliminator, if you want to run round number 2, you better get there. Top eliminator to the ramp, please. And Jesse James Jr. driving the Outlaw. He'll be over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack on his bye run. Coming to us out of Tyler, Texas. He's won 3 straight championships in the Southern Drag Boat Association, and in 2018 won the Lucas Oil Championship and the SDBA Championship in the same year. Trying to go 4 in a row here in the SDBA. David and Carrie Muller, Lone Star Mill, Big Mike and Ona, Just for Christmas Decor, and Eagle Motorsports. That boat tuned by legendary crew chief Randy Neal. Let's see what Randy's got for the bye run. He knows that he has Tyler Bame in the next round. He's going to give it all he's got here on the bye run, I can guarantee you. How about Jesse James Jr. 008, 803 with a 1 at 96.51 miles an hour. 008 light, 803 with a 1. Jesse James Jr. is back. And he will face Tyler Bame. Ronnie Jennings will have Bill Miles on the left side of the ladder in the semis in modified eliminator. All right, so I need Pro Comp Flats. Pro Comp Flats. I need you to the end ramp, please. Pro Comp Flats to the end ramp. Quick Eliminator, be on standby. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Pro Comp Flats to the end ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, be on standby. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. So our next class will be top eliminator, where George Golf has a bye run. Tim Bostick has Bob Winder. And Christopher Mosier has Jerry Branham. We are 7-second index category. Don't forget we have t-shirts for sale right here behind the SDBA truck, the timing tower, as well as drag boat review just a little bit further down toward the finish line. You go grab yourself a subscription to Drag Boat Review magazine. They will send 12 copies a year to your house. You can keep up with drag boat racing all across the entire country, not just the SDBA or organizations across the country. Yeah, we are going into Pro Jet. I had them backwards. I apologize. Yep, Pro Jet coming up now. Nathan Haynes and Tim Ortiz. Tim Ortiz driving the F-bomb. Will be over on the left-hand side out of Conroe, Texas for Pat Kinsey Drywall. Olson Piling, Nitrous Outlet, Maxima Racing Oil, Reliable Roofing and Restoration. Big thanks to the wife and the crew for all the help. And Nathan Haynes driving Nonsense out of Huffman, Texas for Huffman Performance, Scott and Dickey Performance, Center Race Shop, RJ Trailer Sales, B&D Waterland, Miller Excavation. Be over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right-hand side. Ahern Reynolds left side for Tim Ortiz. And a win light to Tim Ortiz. How about Tim Ortiz? 375 with a 6. 131 miles an hour. Nathan Haynes gave it all he could, but he red lighted by 49 thou. On the starting line, Tim Ortiz 040 on the tree. 375 at 131 miles an hour. I don't know if anybody is going to stop Tim Ortiz. I was really thinking that Nathan Haynes had a shot and he threw it away, knowing that he had to be on his game to take out Tim Ortiz. It'll be Tim Ortiz and Dustin Nesloni final round in Pro Jet. Final call, Pro-Com Flats. Final call, Pro-Com Flat Bottoms. I need quick eliminator. Quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp, please. Quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp. Pro Outlaw be on standby. Pro Mod be warming them up. Final call, Pro-Com Flats. I need quick eliminator to the ramp. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Pro Outlaw be on standby. Pro Mod, warm them up. Here comes Dustin Nesloni. Dustin on his bye run. He'll be in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right-hand side of the racetrack out of Orange Grove, Texas. Aces Wild, the name of the boat. He qualified number 2 at 384. But since that run, the first session of qualifying, has not made a clean pass down the racetrack. And he needs one right here. He needs to have a good setup going into the final round against Tim Ortiz. How about it for Dustin? 376, 143 miles an hour. And if somebody can take out Tim Ortiz, it's going to be Dustin Nesloni. He'll give up lane choice by just 100th of a second in the finals. But how about that speed? 143.75 miles an hour. Dustin said, if I'm going to give this thing all it's got, I'm going to give it to it now. So, Tim Ortiz, you have been put on notice. Dustin Nesloni could possibly take you out in the finals. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. That's going to be probably the best Pro Jet final we have seen in the past couple of seasons. Tim Ortiz and Dustin Nesloni in the finals of Pro Jet. Sorry about that little mix-up. Now it's going to be top eliminator. And the first boat up in top will be Mr. George Goff, driving Bad Magic. Out of Shoto, Oklahoma for Electro Freeze of Texas. And it's Mr. Bruce and Miss Bobby Wicker. Tulsa Sheet Metal, the crew of Marsha, Todd, Traven, and Rayleigh. Special thanks to Electro Freeze Express crew, GW and Terran Golf. Also the crews of Flat and Wicked and Fool's Paradise. Bruce and Bobby Wicker, of course, as I said, and Broken Arrow Powder Coating. And good luck to all the Electro Freeze boats this weekend from George Golf. .046 reaction time for George Goff, and he goes 697.5, 108.36 mile an hour. An .046 reaction time, Mr. George has got it going on. I need quick eliminator, quick eliminator. I need you to the ramp, please. Quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp. When we call you, we need you to get there, please. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Now up it'll be Tim Bostic, driving Anomaly for Hoss Props, Senseless Racing. It tunes that boat. And Mr. Bob Winder, driving Mama's Diamond in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle. Right side of the racetrack out of Lake Hills, Texas. The Ahern Reynolds left lane is where Tim Bostic will be. Like I said, top eliminator or 7 flat index category. After top eliminator, we'll go into Pro Comp flat bottoms. All right, so the countdown clock has started. Tim Bostic, Bob Winder. All right, here we go. 7 flat, the target number. Oh, wow. Wow. Bob Winder had a huge reaction time advantage. I'm talking like a 3-second reaction time advantage and didn't get off of it soon enough. So Bob Winder breaks out by 12 thousandths of a second. Give the win to Tim Bostic. Oh, hide the sharp objects from Bob Winder. 765 with a 2 at 105 miles an hour with a reaction time that started with a 3 before the decimal point. And Tim Bostic continues going rounds, and he will face George Goff in the semis. And I can promise you, Tim cannot do that to George Goff in the semifinals, or he is out of here. But we've had a couple of people have lucky rounds today, but Tim Bostic might need to go get a couple of lottery tickets because that was that was about as crazy as it gets. Yeah, hide the sharp objects from Bob Winder because he's going to kick himself in the face for that. That was a tough one. Here comes Christopher Mosier driving Mama Tried over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, and Jerry Branham, the Fun and Sun boat and tackle right side, driving back in black out of Tyler, Texas. 5 seconds left of the countdown. Remember, 7 flat at the index. And Christopher Mosier, he missed it by 3 thousandths of a second. He turned it red. Jerry Branham, 134 on the tree, runs it out the back, 692.9. 112.14 mile an hour for Jerry Branham. But Christopher Mosier, 003 RED for the loss. Jerry Branham will have a bye run into the finals, or he will face either George Goff or the luckiest guy on property, Tim Bostic. And now Pro-Con flat bottoms. Dylan Crownover and Larry Skiro going to face each other, and GW Golf has Randy Cockrell. David Merchant gets a bye run into the semis. On the left side of the ladder, the winner of the GW Golf and Randy Cockrell matchup will have a bye run into the finals. Pro Outlaw, needs to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw to the in-ramp, Pro Modified. Be on standby, alcohol flat bottoms, warm them up. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Here comes GW Golf over the Ahern Reynolds left-hand side of the racetrack for the driving the Electro Freeze Express for Bruce and Bobby Wicker in Electro Freeze of Texas. GW coming out of Catoosa, Oklahoma, down 660. And Randy Cockrell, boat name can't get right. Fun and Sun, boat and tackle. Right-hand side of the racetrack, down 7 flat. And the win light goes to GW Golf. Randy gave it all he had. He had a 001 light, broke it out by 1/100th of a second. Another one. You got to hide the sharp objects because he had about 6/100ths of a second advantage. Just didn't kill enough at the top end of the racetrack. Didn't kill any, really. And he should have just, gave her a couple of taps on the throttle, and GW would have been in trouble. But on the 660, GW Golf goes 666 at 123 miles an hour. GW was 079, but a 001 light for Randy Cockrell. And couldn't kill enough at the top end of the racetrack. GW Golf will have a bye run into the finals. Another final round in 2021 for GW Golf. So it'll be Dylan Crownover and Larry Skiro now. Larry will be over in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right-hand side of the racetrack. And Dylan Crownover, the Ahern Reynolds left side. Dylan driving for Grandma and Grandpa. J&M Kinsey Plumbing. Crownover Fence and Welding out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Down 650. And Larry Skiro out of Highland Haven. Driving that boat they call Flat Nasty. For Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape Supplies, Blue Water Nursery, John and Pat Heineke, Your Signature Salon, Mark and Chad Majorkirth, wife Julie, kids Austin and Ashland, Wake Point LBJ, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Tony Pippinger, Lake Life EXP Realty Team, and the lovely Miss Jerry. Bad Company 2. The boat sitting underneath Dylan Crownover. 6:36 the down for Larry. He'll be trying to run Dylan Crownover down. Yeah, Larry Skiro running into all kinds of trouble. I'm pretty sure that thing stood straight up. 669 at 101 miles an hour for Dylan Crownover. Gets him the win. He had a 074 light. Larry Skiro was late, and that thing just wanted to completely flip over backwards on him, it looked like. And thank God that didn't happen. Larry Skiro getting off the throttle a whole lot early. Dylan Crownover will face David Merchant in the semifinal round. Here comes David Merchant driving flat wicked on his bye run. Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle right-hand lane. Special thanks to Bruce and Bobby Wicker of Electro Freeze, George and GW Golf, and his beautiful wife Dawn. He is dialed in 683. He will face Dylan Crownover in the semifinals, as I said earlier. Let's see what kind of package David Merchant has potentially for Dylan Crownover. On the 683, he goes 683.1 with a 142 reaction time for David Merchant. That's even better than how he qualified. 683 with a 114.64 mile an hour. And David Merchant will definitely have lane choice in the final round, in the semifinals, and a chance to face GW Golf in the finals. David Merchant, dead one on the bye run. Wow. And that'll move us into quick eliminator. Our first pair of quick eliminator boats up. It'll be Tyler Salzman driving the Wild Thing out of the great state of Kentucky for Salzman Farms, Salzman Auto. Special thanks to Mom and Dad. He'll be dialed, or this is our 6-0 index category, quick eliminator. And Tyler will have to face Ray Mills driving Blue Thunder. Or they had him switch So Tyler Salzman will be in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the racetrack, and Ray Mills and Blue Thunder will be in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle right-hand side. Ray coming to us out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. Loading zone, Booger Reds, Ghost Rider Saloon, the Country Club. Thanks to Mama Cheryl, my crew, and Henson Racing Engines. Winner here, bye to the finals. Final call, Pro Outlaw. Final call, Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Final call, Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified to the ramp, please. Pro Mod to the ramp. Top Alcohol Flats, be on standby. Alcohol Hydro, get them warmed up. Pro Modified, needs to the ramp, please. All right, so we're getting Tyler Salzman and Ray Mills situated on the whole rope. Be sure as it starts to warm up and get pretty toasty out here, please stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen, please. You do not want to have any medical emergencies, so drink plenty of water, Gatorade. Go cool down with your snow cones from Shiver Me Shaver snow cone truck that's back there in the food area, as well as the Rowdy Texan selling all kinds of great food. Norma and Joe Donovan and Fat Stacks Concessions, plenty to eat, drink, and to cool you down here at the Duel on the Brazos. Don't forget, t-shirts for sale right here behind the timing tower of the SDBA truck. All right, they've been told to fire up. Tyler Salzman, left side. Ray Mills, right. Ray Mills never left the starting line. 6:29.6, 114.52 miles an hour for Tyler Salzman. 0.64 reaction time. And Ray Mills, I don't think the boat ever even fired. So that means that Tyler will have a bye run into the finals here in Quick Eliminator. So we need Ray Mills' trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Ray Mills' trailer back to the in-ramp. Ray Mills' trailer to the in-ramp, please. Sambo Smith and Jeff Miller. Sambo fishing the Fun and Sun boat and tackle, right-hand side. Driver sucker punch. For Brazos Feed and Supply, Gary Payne. Special thanks to Tony Scarlatta, GNC Machine, Russell Body Shop, Thurman Heating and Air, and Jeff Miller. The Ahern Reynolds left side, driving Sunday Driver at Auburn, Kentucky. Crew Chief Rob Scobie. Toho Wayne Fox. I wonder if that's the same Rob Scobie that I'm thinking about. That sounds about right, up there in Kentucky. I don't know. Well, the win light going to Jeff Miller. The reaction time advantage by 300 went to Jeff. And on a hole shot, a little baby hole shot, Jeff Miller gets it done by 15 thousandths of a second. 6:03 with a 7. 136.86 miles an hour with a 041 light. Sambo Smith had a 073 light. Goes 6:02 with a 0 at 137.79. 15 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory at the stripe. And Jeff Miller takes the win. So Jeff Miller will face Ken Jenkins in the semis. Number one qualifier continues moving on through the field. I don't know why my voice cracked right there. Wow. That was ugly. Apologize for that. But Ken Jenkins will take his bye run. And that should set up our ladder for the next round of Quick Eliminator. Yep, and Ken coming up right now in the Fun and Sun. Boats and tackle. Right-hand side for Causeway Marina. That boat called through the fire. If you would like to pay tribute to Barry Helms on your hot rod, please go to Ken Jenkins Pit. They have stickers. I think they might still have stickers. And Ken Jenkins turned it 032 red, runs it out the back, 6th thou under the index, 599.4, 142.02 miles an hour. And he will face Jeff Miller in the semifinals. Tyler Salzman will have a bye into the finals. It's going to be a pretty good semis in Quick Eliminator. And I do believe that means Pro Outlaws coming up next. This will be their round number one, since they only have 4 boats in competition. All right, top alcohol flats, top alcohol flat bottoms. I need you to the end ramp, please. Top alcohol flats to the end ramp. Alcohol flat bottoms to the end ramp, please. Alcohol hydro, be on standby. PWC, get them warmed up. Top alcohol flat bottoms to the end ramp. Alcohol hydros on standby. Personal watercraft, get them warmed up. So coming up round one of Pro Outlaw, 4 boats in class, like I said. Bill Wire and Rick Blethroad, Cody Childress and Eric DeMint. As they get them pulled to the hold rope. Don't forget, Southern Track Boat Association will be in Marble Falls, Texas, August 7th and 8th for Lake Fest 2021. Need to be there. And then we'll be in El Reno, Oklahoma for our last points race of the season. Just a few weeks after that. And then in November, we make the trek out west to Chandler, Arizona, just outside of Phoenix, to Firebird Lake at Wild Horse Pass for the final time. All right, here we go. First pair at the hold rope. Eric DeMint driving the real bad boy. And the Ahern Reynolds left-hand side of the racetrack out of Luling, Texas. Sponsored by JL Great Construction, Lilly Construction, Great Western Corp, Marley Ranch, Performance HVAC, and the crew of Perch, Oscar, Victor, Gary Gray, Anita, Brandon, Kaysen, Logan, Bass, and Eric's beautiful wife, Heather. Qualified number 3 with a 5:32. They had a 5:07 in the first session of qualifying, which would have actually qualified you for alcohol hydro. Just saying. And come back in the second session. Got a little bit squirrely, so Eric let out of it and it went 5:32.3. And Cody Childress driving Bad Influence out of Nemo, Texas, over in the Fun and Sun. Boat and tackle, right-hand lane for Nesloni Racing. Travis Tuttle, Brad Anderson Enterprises, Linko Transmission, RBS Superchargers. Special thanks to Mama Judy, Robin Reed, Dustin Nesloni, his beautiful wife Kendra, and the boys, Bentley, Braxton, and Brady. Your number 2 qualifier with a 5:27.1 is Cody Childress. So as soon as we get the go-ahead and they give their thumbs up, we'll turn them loose. And the win light goes to Cody Childress. Another breakout by Eric DeMint, 5:19.7, 167 miles an hour, and I get to throw Heather DeMint into the river. Yeah. Oh, tough break for Eric DeMint, man. They had that thing hopped up all weekend long. Cody Childress, how about a 069 light? He goes 5:27 again with a 6, this time at 152 miles an hour. He was out of the throttle pretty early, had the reaction time advantage. Eric DeMint was 123 on the tree. And goes 5:19 with a 7. Only missed it by 3 thousandths of a second, Perch. Man, that was the closest of the entire weekend that Eric has been to that magical 520 number. And Cody Childress has been running 520s all weekend long. Literally 527, 528, 527, and 527. But Eric DeMint, man, he did not need this first round loss to help him in the points. But on the bright side, we all get to see Heather DeMint get wet. That's going to be fun. Final call, top alcohol flat bottoms. Final call, top alcohol flats. Top alcohol hydro. I need you to the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol hydro to the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, be on standby. Stock eliminator, be warming them up. Top alcohol flat bottoms is your final call. I need alcohol hydro to the in-ramp, please. Personal watercraft on standby. Stock eliminator, be warming them up. And our final pair of Pro Outlaw will be Bill Wire and Rick Blethroad. Bill and alcoholic behavior will be in Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle. Right side of the racetrack, and Rick Blethroad, that turbocharged wild thing, as they call it, will be over there on the left. All right, so Bill Wire coming up now on the right-hand side out of Marble Falls, Texas for BW Construction Company, Truck County Outfitters. Special thanks to RESP and Trinity Racing Ministries. Your number one qualifier with a 5:20 with a 4. And Rick Blethroad coming out of Odessa, Texas for Alliance Machine, AAA RV, Lone Star Gasket, Full Throttle Racing Collectibles. Qualified in the number 4 spot because he couldn't slow the boat down. That is a turbocharged machine. You will hear it whenever he closes the capsule. He'll get up on the boost and try to take out Bill Wire to join Cody Childress in the finals. Bill has been awful tough to beat this weekend, though. 5:27 with a 1 and a 5:20 so far in his 2 passes down the racetrack. Oh, and Bill Wire has issues. 5:22.9, 177.41 miles per hour, but a 0:24 red light for Rick Blethroad. That gives the win to Bill Wire. Bill Wire had a 1.20 second reaction time and did not make it down the racetrack, but good luck comes to those who wait. Isn't that what they say? Good things come. That's what it is. Good things come to those who wait. So Bill waited on that green light to be really green. And Rick Blethroad missed it by that much. And would have had, how about 5:22, 177 miles an hour for a Pro Outlaw boat. Those turbochargers are very good for big speed at the top end of the racetrack. Tough break for Bill Wire. I don't know if it was a rubber band that broke, a.k.a. a blower belt, that broke on that thing or what, but it left and made it about just right over the starting line, maybe even before that. It just went silent. If I had to guess, I would say it was probably a blower belt. So hopefully an easy fix for Bill Wire. He will face Cody Childress in the final round. Childress will have lane choice. That'll bring us into Pro Modified. Next up to the hold rope. So in Pro Modified, matchups go. It's be Robin Reed and Jay Hudgens, Lee Warren and Greg Lempar, and Mallory Carroll and Steve Walls. That Mallory Carroll and Steve Walls matchup is a two for one. You get a bye run into the finals if you win this. As they get them shuffled onto the hold rope. We're going to take a breather for just a second. And whenever they come up, we'll be right back. Hey, personal watercraft to the ramp, please. Personal watercraft to the ramp. Stock eliminator be on standby. Modified eliminator be warming them up. Personal watercraft to the ramp, please. All right, so first pair of Pro Modified, round number 2. Coming up for the Ahern Reynolds, left-hand side of the racetrack out of Burnett, Texas, is Mallory Carroll, driving a little more therapy. For WCR Construction, Electro Freeze of Texas, RFC, RESP. Special thanks to Gary Watson, Mom and Dad, Todd and Ella Haas. And in the right-hand side, it's the Fun and Sun. Boat and tackle, right-hand side. Steve Walls, driving a Hydro Commando. Out of San Angelo, Texas, Fast Line Fabrications, FPC Services. Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Extreme Barbecue. Wayman Pittsford Incorporated, Joe Yarborough. Palmetto Distillery, thanks to Michelle, Bruce, Sella, Jason, Shanna Tag, Shane, Seth, and Paul. All right, here we go. Round number 2, Pro Modified. And something happened to Mallory Carroll's hot rod, 576.5, 150.68 miles an hour for Steve Walls. And he will go straight to the final round in Pro Modified. Tough break for Mallory, having issues on the starting line. But Steve Walls and that entire crew are pumped up to be going to the final round in Pro Modified. We need Mallory Carroll's trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Mallory Carroll's truck and trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Waco, Texas, make some noise. Let Mallory Carroll hear you. That's a tough way to go out. But hey, you live to fight another day. That's the most important part. All right, I need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator to the ramp, please. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Modified. Be on standby. Top eliminator. Get them warmed up. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Modified. Be on standby. Top eliminator. Warm them up. This is next pair. Lee Warren. Oh, there it goes again. My goodness. Lee Warren. Say when. And the Ahern Reynolds. Left side of the racetrack coming to us out of Wichita Falls, Texas. For Stephen Leslie Pruitt. For the motor, Scott and Beth Douglas. KPE Racing, Daryl and Doris Bledsoe. Ryan Jones and Company, Swan Pipelines, and Megan's mom and dad. Your number 3 qualifier. And Greg Lampard, your number 4 qualifier. Driving to Anger Management. He'll be over the Fun and Sun. Boat and Tackle, right-hand lane. For Express Drywall, Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Rowe Custom Silk Screening. All right, countdown clock is starting. Greg Limpar on the right, Lee Warren in the left. How about 561.1, 156.47 miles an hour for Lee Warren with the wind light. 041 on the reaction timer. Greg Limpar, reaction time started with a 1 before the decimal point. So Lee Warren will face the winner of Robin Reed and Jay Hudgens in the semis. Nice pass for Lee Warren and the team, though. 561 at 156.47 miles an hour. So Jay Hudgens will be coming up in the Ahern Reynolds left-hand side of the racetrack, and your number 1 qualifier, Robin Reed, the Wound 2 type machine, will be coming up in the Fun and Sons Boat and Tackle right-hand lane. So we had a little bit of trouble getting the time posted for Greg Lampard, but he went 5:89.9, 157 miles an hour after pedaling it right about the starting line. Lee Warren 5:61. 156 for the win. All right, so we're going to be down for a few minutes. Not going to start Robin Reed and Jay Hudson's just yet. All right, so here's the story. Greg Lampard is down at the top end of the racetrack. Threw some rods out, probably put a hole in the block oil pan, and the boat has sunk. So we are going to pull it off the bottom. Greg is fine. Everything is good, but we do have to take the spider down there and hook to the boat and pull it up out of the water. So we're going to be down for just a few minutes while we go get Greg Lampard's boat off the bottom of the river. All right, so while we're down, be sure to go by our food vendors. Grab yourself a bite to eat, something to drink, a good cold snow cone. Go by Drag Boat Review and look at getting yourself a subscription to Drag Boat Review magazine, as well as grabbing some raffle tickets for the RESP giveaway that we're doing for the canopy, as well as drivers, star cards. If you haven't got your star cards or you want to go ahead and get your 2022 star cards made, go talk to Beverly Stokes about that. So we'll be down for just a few minutes while we go get Greg Lampard's boat and get him safely ashore. I'm going to step away and rest the vocal cords. We also have T-shirts right here behind the SDBA truck. And feel free to go back in the pits and find your favorite boat or your favorite driver. I will let you know when we're just a few minutes away from going racing. If anybody has lost their wallet, if anybody is looking for a wallet, we have one up here in the tower. So if you have lost your wallet, come to the tower and tell us characteristics about it, and we will let you have it back.
Gary Payne, could you go to the out ramp?
Mr. Barry Burton, will you come up to the timing tower, please? Mr. Barry Burton, will you come up to the timing tower, please? Racers, don't forget, if you're leaving out today, please tidy up your trash. That way they can come by and get it a little bit later. If you have laid carpet down in your pits underneath your boat, please gather it up and take it to the dumpster. Do not leave it. The city of Waco will not be happy with us if we leave this place a mess. So please, racers, clean up your pit area, please, as well as go by and grab yourself some ice. Everybody needs a little bit more ice, especially when it's as hot as it is here in Waco. 2 bags of ice for $5. You can't beat that, even with a stick. So go by and grab yourself some ice, as well as go visit our food vendors. T-shirts for sale right back here behind the SDBA truck, the Tommy Tower. Got things from the Wild Thing Pro Outlaw boat, Nitro Nuts, Top Fuel Hydro, Battleborn Top Alcohol Hydro, Chicks Dig It, Zachary Watson shirts back there, Tommy Rice, Mallory Carroll shirts, Daryl Ehrlich Out of Reach Pro Mod shirts, as well as Steve Pruitt T-shirts and free earplugs as well. So go by and visit Emily Smith, see what she's got. She'll hook you up. Mr. Barry Burton, will you come up to the Tommy Tower, please? So Mr. Barry Burton from Marble Falls, Texas is here. That is our next race on the SDBA schedule. It'll be Lake Fest, August the 7th and the 8th, just right down the road in Marble Falls, Texas. Mr. Barry, awesome to have you out here in Waco with us, but Marble Falls, that's coming up just a little while from now. And you've been living in Marble Falls all your life. So tell me, you have seen probably every race that has ever been held at Marble Falls. I've never been there before. So as somebody who's never been there, kind of explain to everybody what they can expect whenever we go to Marble Falls.
You're going to love Marble Falls. That's for one thing. It's got good tree-covered shade for all your racers. It's got a big area, lots of time to travel around, see your favorite boat, get your favorite T-shirt bought, have some entertainment. Plus, we have a lot of good folks from Marble Falls that are racing here today.
So you said that you have been a part of the Marble Falls race for years upon years. Your favorite memory from Marble Falls, can you pick one or can you pick a couple and just tell me about those memories, why they are so special to you and why they stick in your mind?
Well, one year we had a cool front blew through on August.
Really?
Really a cool front. Rained real hard for a minute. I tried to tell everybody, don't leave. We're going to have a great race after this. The wind was from the north, put a lot of good cool air in those motors. And I believe, I'm not for sure, but I believe there was 7 records set that afternoon after that storm.
And when was that?
Damn, you got me on the date. It's been within the last 25 years. I don't know. That's probably been 10 or 12 years ago.
Wow, that's got to be special, especially back then, and especially for a cool front to come through Marble Falls, Texas in August. That's historic just in itself.
You don't have north breeze on August. And that's how we set our date. When we first started this, I had a sister that I said, pick the least windy day, the least chance of rain, so we can get a first boat race under our belt. And that's how we picked our date.
A lot of the racers I've always talked to said Marble Falls is pretty challenging. It's a little bit of a challenging river to race on. So what makes it so challenging, do you think?
Oh, I don't know if it's so challenging. This looks pretty challenging here itself. I mean, when you got somebody
It is, period, for sure.
when you drop a floodgate and you got things start floating down the river, it's a little trouble. But it's not too much. Ask a boat racer. He knows better than anybody. I know that they like to come and we like to have them. This year's going to be a little different. We've got a lot of new construction on the water in our Johnson Park or our pit areas. we're going to have a little different flow of how we're going to get the boats to the starting line. But after this year, it'll really roll. And I think, just like here on the Brazos River, I think it'll really roll after next year.
Top Fuel Hydro being back at Marble Falls, does that give you chills at all?
What is it? Top Fuel Hydro to the in-ramp, please. Yeah, that does. That brings everybody brings all the fish to take note.
Absolutely. Well, we will see you in Marble Falls in just a few weeks, sir.
I want you to know you're doing a dang good job, and keep it up, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. My head won't fit through the door now. Thank you for that. Racers, the ice truck will be available for 15 more minutes. So if you need some ice to stock up on, you better go ahead and do it now. 2 bags of ice for $5. There'll be about 15 minutes left, and the ice truck will be headed out of here. So go get what you need and go get it now. So, Mr. Barry, you're actually going to join me on the microphone here for a little while. I very much appreciate that. You know, I've been without my partner in crime this weekend, Mike Starr, from the Arizona Drag Boat Association. Usually announces with me at the SDBA, or has been this year. He had to go to Barcelona, Spain to go to a wedding. So
Had to go to Barcelona.
had to go. Absolutely had to, apparently. Yeah. So I appreciate you stepping in and helping me out a little bit.
Yeah. You know, while we're sitting here waiting, I know people are getting thirsty. Don't forget about those shiver and shavers snow cones. Man, I'll tell you.
Wouldn't that be awesome right now? That's exactly what you need.
Probably use one over here.
Good, refreshing snow cone.
And I'm sure if you haven't gotten your T-shirts yet, you better start looking around because we don't have long to get one.
Yep, T-shirts are set up right here behind the SDBA truck. And Emily Smith's got a couple of different racer T-shirts for sale from quite a few people. So go get them while the getting's good.
Do we have a extra large for people like me?
It just depends on. It just depends on what you're looking for. You know.
Well, that's good.
And now we are back to racing. Pro Modified. We got Greg Lempar's boat off the bottom of the river, and we're good to go. Robin Reed, wound too tight. Being the fun and sun. Boats and tackle, right-hand side of the racetrack out of Arlington, Texas for Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And Jay Hudgens, the Aquaholic, will be over the Ahern Reynolds left-hand side. Here we go. And the win light goes to the number one qualifier, Robin Reed, on a hole shot by about a tenth of a second. Robin Reed, 309 on the tree, 568, 3 at 141 miles an hour. Jay Hudgens was 410 on the tree, 565.6, 157.01 miles an hour. And the number one qualifier will face Lee Warren in the semifinals. And the winner there will face Steve Walls in the final round. Robin Reed planning on taking this thing all the way from the number one qualifier spot to the winner's circle. Very impressive run, and it's got to be tough, Mr. Barry, to sit there on the hold rope for so long while we were getting Greg Lempar's boat off the bottom of the river. To sit there just like Jay Hudgens and Robin Reed had to do. That had to be tough on them, man.
You can certainly lose weight sitting in that suit.
I'm sure you can. About 5 pounds every couple of minutes.
Quicker the better.
Absolutely. In my case, that's absolutely right. Maybe that's what I need to do. Just go sit out there in the fire suit. And
yeah, that's right. Well, old Bill Wire, he'll get another shot at it, though, when it comes to Marble Falls. He's a Marble Falls boy. Up, modified eliminators to the in ramp. Modified eliminators.
That's right, modified eliminator to the end ramp. Top eliminator be on standby. Pro Comp flat bottoms, warming them up. Modified eliminator to the end ramp. Top eliminator be on standby. Pro Comp flats be warming them up. All right, so our first pair of top alcohol flat bottoms coming up now. Marcus Kinsey in Bad Company actually got the win because Bill Miller, did go red in the first round, and Marcus Kinsey did not go outside of the race course. Therefore, he was recorded as the winner, and he will face Jeff Stewart right here in round number 2 or the semifinals. Marcus driving that boat they call Bad Company out of Marble Falls, Texas. J&M Kinsey Plumbing, special thanks to Tony Scarlatta for all the help. And Jeff Stewart, your number one qualifier, driving flat hammered. It's Brad Anderson Enterprises engine, Hemi, and a Canyon boat for Jeff Stewart. For Craig Turner Construction, Advanced Precision in the blower shop. Special thanks to the crew, Chris, Greg, Craig, and Tom. That massive 5:23 with an 8. The first session of qualifying yesterday blew me away. Their crew, as Jeff said yesterday whenever he got his number one qualifier hat, his brother had been tuning that boat a long time. And I'm telling you what, it paid off yesterday. Hard work and determination gets it every single time. Jeff Stewart is looking to go all the way. The winner right here will face David Geip in the final round of Top Alcohol Flats. As we get them pulled to the hold rope. Good thumbs up from both drivers, and we'll go yellow. All right, so countdown clock has started. It is time. Semifinals of Top Alcohol Flats. The Flatties. The funny cars of drag boat racing. Here we go. I always have to stand up because what a driving job on Marcus Kinsey, but the win goes to Mr. Jeff Stewart, another 5:23.7, 155.06 miles per hour. Jeff Stewart, your number one qualifier, going to the final round. But what another great driving job by Marcus Kinsey. That was amazing. He pedaled the thing, went 570 with a 9 at 139 miles an hour. Marcus Kinsey, man, he can drive that thing. How about a trip, zip, perfect light for Jeff Stewart as well. With a 6 10,000ths of a second away from being absolutely perfect. Jeff Stewart on that end, amazing. On this end, amazing as well. Jeff Stewart going to the final round where he will face David Geip for the win in Top Alcohol Flats.
Modified eliminators, final call. Modified eliminators, final call. Top eliminator to the ramp. Top eliminator to the ramp. Pro comp flat, be on standby. Pro comp flat.
All right, so David Geip elected not to take his bye run. That'll move us into Top Alcohol Hydro, where Rick Allen has a bye run into the finals, and Marty Logan must face Mike DeClark to see who will face Rick Allen in the finals. Once again, top eliminator to the ramp, top eliminator to the ramp. Pro comp flats, be on standby. Pro eliminator, get them warmed up. Top eliminator to the ramp. Pro comp flats on standby. Pro eliminator, get them warmed up. So Marty Logan, the Live in the Dream team, are going to be in the fun and sun. Boat and tackle, right-hand lane out of Midlothian, Texas. For House of Color Motorsports, Lucas Oil, Protect the Harvest, Turnkey Speed Shop, Northwest Texas Class of 95, Oaten D, Ann Smith, FPC Services, James Brown and Judy Sheffield, Ellis County Barbecue, Dennis DeWeerd, MTR Performance, NW Radio, TD's Transmission, the Chris Kyle Frog Foundation, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass, Marine Dynamics, Gumby Performance, Stevie Jackson Race Cars, Michael Furr Golf Exhibitions, Dean Wingard Photo, MartyLogan.com, RFC, and RESP. And Mike DeClark out of Anaheim, California. The boat they call Little White Lie will be over in the Ahern Reynolds left side of the track. Marty Logan was your number one qualifier. He's been 4:34 with a 0, his best run at 197, almost 198 miles an hour. Mike DeClark, his best run of the weekend, a 4:42 with a 7 at 194, was in the first round of eliminations today. The man all the way from Anaheim, California. He doesn't want to leave empty-handed, but Marty Logan doesn't want to head back north empty-handed either. Countdown clock at 10 seconds. And the win light goes to Marty Logan, 433, 201 miles an hour. For Marty Logan, an 021 reaction time. Mike DeClark turned at 023 red, goes 440 with an 8. 199.25 miles an hour for Mike DeClark. But Marty Logan, 021, 433, 201 miles an hour. And Marty Logan to the final round again. All right, really quick before personal watercraft, we're here with Greg Lampard. Of course, you know, had that unfortunate happening. It happens every once in a while in drag boat racing, but you absolutely hate it. But just like you said, everything, electronics, gone. So you're searching for sponsorships after sinking that boat to the bottom of the Brazos River.
Being in a points battle like this and have this happen in this point of the deal is real heartbreaking, you know, for a low buck team like we are. And it's just going to be a real battle to try to get it ready for Marble Falls. So anybody who wants to help, man, we'll take it.
So what actually happened to cause the boat to go to the bottom?
It appears the battery cover flew off at about half track, and so when we almost saved it, the jet ski guy was pulling me out, and then the stupid rope broke from the jet ski, and when that happened, it just went down.
Well, we hope that you can get it back together before Marble Falls and come out here and still put up a good battle for that championship.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate everything.
Personal watercraft, the semifinals, Jake Stevenson and Jody Smith. Both driving for Randy Ball. Jake Stevenson will be over in the Ahern left-hand side. Jody over in the Fun and Sun right-hand side. Wiley, Texas for Jody Smith. Shawnee, Oklahoma for Jake Stevenson. 13:30 the dial for Jody. 13:23 the dial for Jake Stevenson. The number 1 and 2 players in the points right here in personal watercraft. Reaction time advantage by a whole bunch going to Jody Smith in the right lane. She's looking over, dumps him at the stripe, and a wind light to Jody Smith. She's going to the final round again, 13:33 on the 13:30 at 51 miles an hour with an 0:20 reaction time. Jake Stevenson, 3:14. Then he goes 13:50 on the 13:23. So it looks like it's going to be another matchup of Jody Smith and Jacob Nodler in the final round. The same final round we had in personal watercraft in San Angelo, Texas just a few weeks ago. Jody Smith had the luck that day and got the win. Can it happen again? Jacob Nodler is looking to say absolutely not. And he's coming up now on the Fun and Sun right-hand lane, that long time coming machine for Mom and Dad, Anna Anopa, Chris Clay, Gary Payne, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, thanks to Mike Griffith, Trinity Racing Ministries, RSP, and Rob Berkland. 12:84 his predicted elapsed time. He's looking just to get a setup to go against Jody Smith in the finals. All right, countdown clock is over. Reaction time says 57 red. Doesn't matter on a buy run. To the stripe, Jacob Nodler. On 12:84, he goes 12:85 with a 9 at 55.93 miles an hour. So a very nice setup for Jacob Nodler going into the finals against Jody Smith. It's going to be another great matchup just like it was in San Angelo. As we get ready for Stock Eliminator. We're down to the semis there as well. Seth Walls and Garrick Snyder on one side of the ladder, and Ashley Winslet and Ronnie Blackstock on the other as we get them pulled to the hold rope. Ashley Winslet will be over in that Ahern Reynolds left-hand lane out of Dallas, Texas for Fastline Fabrications. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, Brian and Chantel, RESP and Trinity Racing Ministries. 9 flat is her down. Rodney Blackstock driving plumb crazy. Her Al Kirshner is over in the Fun and Sun. Boat and tackle right-hand lane. 3 seconds to count down. Rodney's down 9:30. Reaction time advantage went to Ashley Winslet, and so does the wind light on a double breakout. 897 on the 9 flat at 78 miles an hour for Ashley Winslet. A 143 reaction time. Had about 0.04 of a second in the bank. Rodney Blackstock 187 on the tree. Breaks it out 916 on the 930 at 80 miles an hour. And Ashley Winslet going to another final round here in 2021. Who will she face? We will find out between Garrick Snyder and Seth Walls. Will be our next pair up here in stock.
Pro comp flat to the end ramp. Pro comp flat to the end ramp.
So here's that Seth Walls and Garrick Snyder matchup. Seth Walls will be over in the left-hand lane, the boat they call Solely Tober. Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair. FPC Services, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, and Garrick Snyder, the boat they call Young Gun, over in the Fun and Sun. Right-hand lane, 1056 is his dial, 9 flat, the dial for Seth Walls. Oh, it's a close one. The win light goes to Garrick Snyder. Seth Walls had the reaction time advantage at 0:17, but a breakout for Seth Walls gives it to Garrick Snyder. An 0:62 light and one above 8 on the dial in. 10:57 with an 8 on 10:56 gives Garrick Snyder a final round against Ashley Winslet. Garrick was your number 1 qualifier, and he is going to the final. Ashley Winslet was your number 2 qualifier, so just like you were to draw it up on paper, your number 1 and number 2 qualifier face each other in the final round in Stock Eliminator. Pro Comp Flats, one more time. Pro Comp Flats to the end ramp, please. Pro Comp Flats, Pro Eliminator to the end ramp as well. Pro Eliminator to the end ramp. Pro Modified, be on standby. Pro Modified, be on standby. All right, so QE, Quick Eliminator, be getting your boats warmed up and ready. Quick Eliminator, get them warmed up and ready. You were going to go after Pro Eliminator. So get them warmed up quick. I'll be calling you here pretty soon. Pro Modify, go ahead and warm yours up as well. Quick Eliminator, be on standby. Modified Eliminator, Ronnie Jennings driving Ludicrous out of Macon, Missouri. He'll be over in the left-hand lane. Bill Miles, the Crazy Cracker, will be over in the Fun and Sun, right-hand lane. 8 flat, the index here in Modified Eliminator. Number 4 and your number 8 qualifier. Winner goes to the finals. And the win light goes to Bill Miles. An 086 reaction time and an 802 with a 0 at 101 miles an hour. Ronnie Jennings was behind by just a little bit. It was 091. Now goes 803 with a 6 at 90.39 miles an hour. So Bill Miles, your number 4 qualifier, making his way to the final round. Margin of victory, 1.5 feet at the stripe. And this next matchup is what I'm really looking forward to. This is Jesse James Jr. driving the Outlaw out of Tyler, Texas for David and Kerry Muller. Lone Star Mill, Big Mike and Ona, Just for Christmas Decor and Eagle Motorsports. Your number 2 qualifier and your 4-time Modified Eliminator World Champion, and Tyler Bame, the Slippery Pickle out of Rio Medina, Texas, over in the right lane. Or BBC Farm and Ranch, Long's Machine Shop, Texas Car Barn, Rio Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating, thanks to Stephanie, Kevin, Tin, Cheryl, Austin, Buddy, Shane, and the Toho Daniel, thanks to Mom, and most importantly, the good Lord above. The Ahern Reynolds, left-hand lane for Jesse James, Fun and Sun, Boat and Tackle, right-hand lane for Tyler Bame. Well, and Tyler turned it red on Jesse James. He goes 8 flat with a 2. 96.48 miles an hour for Jesse James. Had a 1:16 reaction time. Tyler turned it 0:29 red and goes 7:93.9 at 100.72 miles an hour. But Jesse James going to the final round where he will face Bill Miles. And Jesse will have the lane choice. They're looking for that 4th SDBA championship in a row to add. It'll be their 5th total, 4th in a row. Pro Eliminator to the end ramp, please. Pro Eliminator to the end ramp. Pro Eliminator, your final round to the end ramp, please. Pro Modified, be warming them up. Quick Eliminator, be on standby. As we move into Top Eliminator now. George Goff and Tim Bostic. George driving Bad Magic out of Shoto, Oklahoma, over in the Ahern Reynolds left-hand lane. For Electro Freeze of Texas, Tulsa Sheet Metal, Broken Arrow Powder Coating. Huge thank you to the Flat Wicked crew, the Fool's Paradise crew, Bruce and Bobby Wicker. 7 flat, the index here in Top Eliminator, and Tim Bostic will be over in the Fun and Sun. Right-hand lane driving Anomaly for Hoss Props and Senseless Racing. How about another trip, zip, reaction time? George Goff, 0008 on the tree, goes 7:16.3, 94.89 miles an hour. Tim Bostic absolutely flat missed it. The boat let him down, and George Goff, the number 1 qualifier, to the final round one more time. George, 00 or 000 with an 8 on the reaction timer, and still not going to be good enough to get him the $500 from Pat Kinsey for the Perfect Reaction Time Award, because we have had a quadruple O light today. So, yeah, George Goff. They say, you know, some people might call him an old man. I don't, because I know better. Some people might, but he just showed him right there. That old man's got some spring chicken left in him somewhere. Jerry Branham now back in black out of Tyler, Texas, taking a bye run into the finals against George Goff. That'll be a great matchup in the final round of Top Eliminator. Your number 6 qualifier, 7:10 with a 1 in qualifying his best run. Today he's been 7:33 in the first round of eliminations and 6:93 in the last round. .127 on the reaction timer and a 695 with an 8, 111.85 miles an hour for Jerry Branham. And if you ask me, Jerry, he's got his work cut out for him in the final round against George Goff. But George doesn't take anybody for granted. Just like in that last round, Tim Bostic, he didn't take Tim for granted at all. 0008 light. I mean, you can't take somebody for granted and cut a 00 light on them. All right, now to bring up Pro Comp Flat Bottoms. All right, so Pro Comp Flat Bottoms. GW Golf going to take his bye run first. The Electro Freeze Express out of Catoosa, Oklahoma. For Bruce and Bobby Wicker of Electro Freeze of Texas. 6:65 his predicted lapse time. He'll be in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle, right-hand side of the racetrack. GW Golf is racing on a bad ankle this weekend. had an incident where he hurt it at the lake. I believe it was last weekend. And it is his pedal foot, too, his left foot. So, but he has been driving like it hadn't even bothered him. See that? Floating that front end out there? You can't even tell. An 0:15 reaction time on a 665. He goes 663.7, 121.32 miles an hour. GW is going to a final round. His father George going to a final round. The past 2 races we've had in the SDBA, they have both won on the same day. Can they go 3 in a row? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out. So GW 0:15, 663. Going to the final round. Will he face David Merchant or Dylan Crown over? They are pulling Dylan Crown over to the hold rope now. And we're going to find out.
Oh, this wouldn't happen without all the folks here helping out. I want to thank all the waste oil container folks at Safeway, all the ground cleanup folks. You know, and without all these vendors, y'all wouldn't have anything to drink or eat. The Rowdy Texan, of course, Norma and Joe Donovan, they had the breakfast tacos in the mornings. This is their final time, huh? Sold the food truck. Norma and Joe Donovan selling the food truck, so go by and tell them thank you very much. Fat Stacks Concessions. Shiver and Shaves snow cones. I hadn't seen that snow cone yet.
You know, there's somebody that works a lot behind the scenes, especially when it comes to the SDBA race in Waco, and he doesn't get near about enough he doesn't get near about enough credit. Gary Payne, I know you're listening somewhere. Thank you so much for everything you do for the SDBA, looking after us here in Waco. This is hometown. He owns Brazos Feed and Supply, so if you need anything as far as hardware, tools, feed, anything that you can think of for your farm, ranch, anything like that, go to Brazos Feed and Supply and support Gary Payne because he puts so much effort, so much work into making this race as smooth and as awesome as possible, both for the city and for the Southern Drag Boat Association. So, Gary Payne, thank you. Another couple of people, Racer H2O, they brought our live stream to us this weekend. For everybody that's watching at home, hope you're enjoying it. Racer H2O, thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts here at SDBA. Could not be possible without you guys to get it to the living room of people all across the country and across the world. As that brings up our Pro Comp Flat, our other run, our semifinalists. Dylan Crownover will be over in the Fun and Sun right-hand lane in the Bad Company 2 boat out of Grand Shoals, Texas for Grandpa and Grandma, J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Crownover Fence and Welding. He'll be down 651. And David Merchant driving Flat Wicked for Bruce and Bobby Wicker of Electro Freeze, George GW Golf, and his beautiful wife, Dawn. He'll be down 683. Your number 1 qualifier versus the number 3 qualifier right here in the semis. Winner faces GW Golf in the finals of Pro Comp Flat. And it's going to be David Merchant. How about that? 080 on the tree. On the 683, goes 688 with a 4. Red light start for Dylan Crownover. Throws it away. So David Merchant, the number 1 qualifier, will face GW Golf in the finals. Quick eliminator, quick eliminator. We need you to the ramp, please. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Quick eliminator to the ramp, please. So the Pro Eliminator final round, Dave Lipinski and Brent Riley. Dave Lipinski, your number one qualifier, coming all the way from Madera, California. It's just about a day if you were to drive. Dave keeps his stuff here in the Midwestern part of the United States and hops on a plane back and forth between the races. He calls that boat Hot Shot. Special thanks to Jerry Feisler for everything he does. Auto Machine Specialties of Fresno, California, and Hands On Hydroponics. And in the lane next to him on the right-hand side, it'll be Brent Riley, painting me crazy out of Corpus Christi, Texas, for DNR Sales Company, CCR Fiberglass, and a big thanks to Dustin. 650 the index right here. Dave Lipinski, your number one qualifier. Brent Riley, your number three qualifier. First winner of the day. And it's going to be Dave Lipinski again. 323 on the tree, 662. Brent Riley was 112. Had the reaction time advantage by a bunch, but broke it out by about 0.05 of a second. Goes 645 with a one at 117 miles an hour. And Dave Lipinski has won it again, all the way from California, IA, to the great state of Texas. So congratulations, Dave Lipinski, number one. Straight to the winner's circle, a wire-to-wire job, if you ask me.
You know, Colton, we were talking about those things where we wouldn't have a race. Texas Parks and Wildlife, we want to thank Jason Campbell and staff, the Waco Fire Department. Of course, you have to have ambulances on site. AMR of Waco. Security, got to have security. Sergeant Adam Brewer and crew. They do a great job. Looks like a very clean event. Waco ought to be proud. Down at the ramp, Bill Roddy and actual FFA doing the trash cleanup. Hang around, folks. We're about to get down to the finals.
All right, personal watercraft and stock eliminator final rounds to the ramp, please. Personal watercraft, stock eliminator final rounds to the ramp, please. Once again, personal watercraft stock eliminator. Final rounds to the ramp, please. Personal watercraft stock eliminator. Final rounds to the ramp. All right, quick eliminator. Ken Jenkins. Oh, they call through the fire. Racing for Causeway Marina. Sun. Boat and tackle. Right-hand lane. 6 flat, our index for quick eliminator. Tyler Salzman has already made his way to the final round. He has a bye run to the finals. And Jeff Miller, your number 1 qualifier, is over in the Ahern Reynolds left-hand lane out of Auburn, Kentucky. Crew chief Rob Scobie. Toho Wayne Fox. Sunday Driver, the name of the boat. I have definitely heard that name Rob Scobie before, but I'm pretty sure it was from land drag racing. I don't know if Rob Scobie land drag races or not. Rob, if you're here, come see me and tell me, because I know I've heard of you before. So your number 1 and your number 8 qualifier. Ken did not have the best luck in qualifying. Went 597 and 594 for the number 8 spot. So under the 6.0 index. He's done pretty good when it comes to eliminations today. Pro Modified semifinals to the ramp, please. Pro Modified semifinals to the ramp. Pro Modified semifinals in each of the end ramp, please. Modified eliminator and top eliminator begin them warmed up and ready. Modified eliminator, top eliminator finals begin them warmed up and ready, please. But for now, I need pro modified semifinals to the ramp, please. Stock eliminator and PWC finals, you should be on your way there now. All right, so countdown clock at 15 seconds now. Ken Jenkins, Jeff Miller. Who's going to the final round to face Tyler Salzman? Reaction time advantage to the number 1 qualifier. Win light to the number 1 qualifier. Jeff Miller, 032, 606 with a 0, 133 miles an hour, and he will go to the final round on a hole shot against Ken Jenkins here in the semis. 128 was the reaction time of Ken Jenkins. He goes 6 flat. So Jeff Miller